What's up, everybody? Welcome. We can start in just a second. Make sure you like and share if you can. That'd be great. Let me kill this music. We'll roll the intro. It'll be just a second, guys. Hold on. Crazy stuff going on. Here we go. We'll just let this song finish and we'll get it. There we go. That one's done. We'll reset it right there. Boom and boom, and then we'll hit the intro. What do you think? Make sure I'm in the right Discord group. Okay, I'm in a Discord call with the moderators. They at least text me there. All right, here, roll the intro.
Hey everybody, it's Kim Cookhold here. Listen up. You guys are really mad at me because of my last broadcast. I disclosed a God dream where we were all instructed by God to subscribe to Cold Beer Confessional channel on Rumble and BitChute and Twitch and YouTube. Listen, it's not my fault. I have to disclose what I'm told by God. So don't get mad at me. If you want to do something about that, the best thing you can do is go into the comments section on his YouTube channel. Just imagine these guys are you guys going into the Will Bird's comments section and saying things like, your channel is trash, your sunglasses look ridiculous, you're not a real patriot, or, your wife can do better, just anything like that. And for those of you saying that actually that will help his channel because it will bring more engagement and it'll help the algorithms, I've already run this past Uncle Teshy. Uncle Teshy knows about algorithms, okay? There is nothing Nikola Tesla is more expert at than YouTube algorithms. And if he says it won't affect it, then it won't affect it. So I strongly suggest that you guys get into the comments section and call this guy an asshole.
Welcome, everybody. I am Will Bard, and this is the Cold Beer Confessional. Thank you for joining us tonight. We got a couple of different things to go over. The reason the show's late and the reason I didn't do Patreon today, I wasn't going to do a show. You can ask the moderators. I was actually thinking about going to the ER, to be honest with you. I had whatever I had in my throat, I guess, or maybe it's completely unrelated, has moved to my ear, and I had a pretty horrible ear infection for most of the day. I didn't even eat today because I couldn't stand to bite down like on this side of my face, but whatever it is, I just went and got some basic eardrops because I had Ollie today. I didn't want to drag him to the hospital. So that's right, Melissa Williams. You got attacked last time, didn't you? I didn't want to drag Ollie to the hospital. So I was like, well, if it's still hurting tomorrow, I'll go or whatever. Or maybe have to go tonight to the ER or something. But I just went and got some basic eardrops and took some ibuprofen and it's gone. So if that holds off, I'll check it again in the morning. And if it's an issue in the morning, I'll just go to the hospital. If it's not, then we'll carry on. But I was not doing content at all until I fixed this. Then I decided we'd come live. And luckily, I had been sent a video that I think basically everybody would like to see. It's pretty funny. This is from Laura. She does a lot with Derek Johnson stuff. She's one of the trolls that Derek Johnson talks about all the time. So we'll go check out that video. So we'll see. The reason I'm kind of sketchy about ear infections, I know I sound kind of like a bitch. I almost died from an ear infection once. They actually wanted to, I ignored it for a week until I was literally in the floor, like doubled over, crying, holding my ear with a washcloth up against it. And I had ignored it so long by the time I went to the hospital, like they wanted to airlift me to go have surgery. And I was like, what the fuck? But luckily the wings wasn't available. It was already en route to a car wreck. They took me on an ambulance and they were checking me like every few minutes, then every few hours and every few whatever. I guess where I'd waited so long with an ear infection, it made me go septic. Or is about to go septic or something, and they wanted to do surgery to remove a bone in my ear called, I said it earlier, but I can't remember what it's called now. It's a bone that's like, It looks like sponge is what the way they described it to me. It's a bone full of holes so you can hear through it. And when you get a real bad ear infection, it fills up and then it bleeds over into your bloodstream. And they were watching my white blood cell count just fucking skyrocket. Like they drew blood twice. And the second time they drew blood, that's when they were like, "Oh, we're gonna have to airlift you." And I'm like, "What the fuck? It's like a 40-minute drive. How quick do I need to get there, guys? Come on." It was actually really bad. So I'm kind of sketched out. Same ear, same everything. But this time I'm not gonna wait. Mastoid, thank you. This time I'm not gonna wait a month a week. If it's not good in the morning, I'm going to the hospital. Mariah's mom's coming to get the kids in the morning, so if it's not good in the morning, I'll go to the hospital and get it taken care of. I didn't want to lose that bone. She told me it would leave like a sunk in, like a divot, and I wouldn't be able to hear as well. And I already have substantial hearing loss from the military. I think I've got like 40% hearing in one ear and 50% hearing in the other. So I can't stand any more hearing loss. But yeah, Mariah, neither me or Mariah thought that an ear infection could get that serious. Actually, she had to watch the kids, so she had my dad take me to the hospital, and we didn't think it was a big deal, right? And then I called her from the hospital. I'm like, they want to do surgery. They want to airlift me. Like, I'm freaking out over here. And she's like, oh my God, I'll be there in a minute. She didn't have the keys to her car. She didn't have the keys to the Jeep. My dad had them. She couldn't even get there. So we had to swap out. She had to meet me at the second hospital. Like, it was crazy. And they had me on 2 different antibiotics, an IV in both arms. Like, it was insane. I didn't know an ear infection could get that bad, but I'm assuming, like my mom, before she passed away, her big infection was from a kidney infection that she didn't take care of, which I've heard of those before, like UTIs making older people like go crazy and shit. But yeah, she ended up having a kidney infection that caused a stroke and all kinds of stuff. So I guess any infection can if it gets bad enough can do some damage. So if it's not better in the morning, I'm going to the hospital. No need to worry. But here we go. Let's move this around. Derek Johnson is terrific. He has a photographic memory. Not true. And has helped tremendously in explaining military, civil, and maritime law. Also not true. He's just lying to you. No bashing him. He is meant for this time. No, he's not. He's absolutely not. You almost got everything wrong there. Mary Campbell. Thanks for joining us, Granny. Yeah, it's Facebook already, dude. It don't take long. You throw Derek Johnson's name in there. And Mary Campbell and Linda Johnson, they all show up. They all fucking show up. So, Derek Johnson, the video we're covering tonight is on Derek Johnson. Before we start, if you want to support the stream, go to coldbeer.fund. You can do donation alerts, of course, through bits. That's 500, 600, 700, 1,000. I was talking to one of the mods today. We got to get the new donation alerts up because the old ones are kind of getting older. Maybe I should rotate them out or something. But I am working on some. I've just been kind of set back working on my dad's car and stuff like that. So we will get those moved forward. Also, coldbeer.fund, you can support the stream. You can use Buy Me a Coffee, join our Patreon for extra content. I will be making, if I'm not in the hospital tomorrow, I'll be making a Patreon video tomorrow. I promise. I didn't do it today because I was so worried that I wasn't going to be able to stream at all. But yeah, we'll be able to get there. This is another donation link. Dono Clip is probably my favorite one because you can leave a personalized voice or video message. And then we got merch. I'm working on some new merch. I'm going to do some limited edition run merch that I'm going to screen print myself. If you're interested in that, but I'm thinking about, we don't sell a whole lot of merch. Like, it comes in like waves or whatever. So I'm thinking about cutting down some of the merch, or maybe just doing limited runs and even closing the store when I'm not doing a run and then just opening it. Like, there's a guy I follow on TikTok that does that. Like, his store will be open for like, I don't know, 30 days, and then it won't be open for like another 60 or 90 or whatever, because I pay fees all the time and we don't sell stuff every month. But then one month we might sell 30 things. It's just hard to predict. But I might do limited runs of stuff. But either way, it's open right now, and all my links are there. So I got Twitch, YouTube, Twitter, Instagram, Telegram, Facebook, TikTok, Rumble, and Discord. We're live right now on Twitch, Rumble, and Facebook, and the replay will be on YouTube. So that'll work out for us, I think. I did get my, a lot of you guys know that I got a strike for something someone else said. It was my first one, so it was a warning on my other account on YouTube. Well, that's been removed. The warning's been removed. I argued with him. I said, look, I don't believe in like election denial, cheating, but I don't believe in any of that shit. Like, I dispute that when other people claim it, and they actually took it away. So we'll see if that stands or what actually happens with it. But the replay will be up on YouTube. I'm broadcasting there right now, just unlisted, and I'll make it public tomorrow. I would prefer everybody that can, please, please, please watch on Twitch. If there's any way possible, watch on Twitch. That's where they take my averages from. That's where I get sponsorships for. That's where I make my most money at. If you can watch on Twitch, you don't even download the app. Just open it in a browser. You don't even have to download the app. You don't have to have an account unless you want to chat. You don't have to subscribe, which costs money. You can follow for free if you want to chat and have an account. But yeah, you just watch it in the browser. If you can watch on Twitch, please do. That helps the show more than you guys even know, I'm sure. So let's see if we can get started here. What do we have on Twitch right now? 111 viewers on Twitch. Thank you very much. And let me pull up this audio. So this audio was sent to me with a caveat that people were calling out Derek Johnson. Remember when we were watching him on some other preacher, I think it was a preacher stream, or maybe it was Nicholas Viamanomenon. I can't remember, but he was saying that he was going to go to Gitmo to cover the trials, and then he lied about a bunch of weird shit about like how the EBS works and blah blah blah. If you're broadcast the emergency if you're an emergency broadcast station, you don't pay dues to get the EBS system. You don't pay. I don't know why he keeps saying that. If you want to do it's actually the EAS system, the emergency alert system. You don't pay to do that. I don't know why they keep saying that. You have to comply with it federally, and you have to keep that up to date, and you have to do so many fucking. You have to do so many fucking tests and keep it active. You do not have to comply with state ones, but you can option in. Correct? It was Nick. Thank you. So yeah, he was talking about how this station, they pay EBS dues, so they're the good guys, and they're from Oklahoma, and they're going to send him to Gitmo to cover these trials, and then he was supposed to go. He just kept saying July, first part of July, and now people are like, what the fuck? What's going on? Why aren't you talking about Gitmo? And this is his response. I went ahead and downloaded the video because I was afraid he'd take it down. So we're going to watch my downloaded version because it's easier to put in full screen. So that's what I'm going to grab instead. Let's go there. Give me just a second. Derek Johnson melts down. Here you go. The one and only cowboy. General Derek Johnson. Oh, I didn't have your audio on. Hold on.
What's up, everybody? Derek Johnson here. Just thought I'd go live tonight to address a few things that we've been getting pummeled with all day. As you can probably tell, I'm not a happy camper right now, but I'm going to try to keep my cool the best I can. I think a lot of you sometimes want to see me get on a rant that I'm known for, and I'm not going to do it. I went viral August 24th, 2022. I was in the middle of nowhere. A friend of mine needed my help with some documents, obviously the documents I'm known for writing. Took my time out of my life, wrote these documents throughout 2016, 2017, 2018, 2019, 2020, 2021, put them all together in a big package of laws and orders that I didn't write or pass, but this brain right here, this brain can, God gave me the ability of a photograph.
That's honestly not that old, Miss Priss. Not to call you out in chat or whatever, but my sister, I have two sisters. I have one that's close to me in age and one that's kind of a gapped in age. But my oldest sister, she's got a white. All the girls in her yearbook photo or whatever, they have like a feather boa on. So that's not that long ago. I mean, my sister did it.
Can take a lot of information and put it in one and try to condense it down, and it's still difficult to do. And then
Derek Johnson's a bit of an overstatement, not just viral. Derek Johnson a bit of an overstatement. Did it hit the Patriot community pretty hard? Yeah, he come out of like nowhere, but most of these people do. People message me all the time and be like, well, fun. It must be nice for you to talk about this shit. You don't even have this many subscribers. Yeah, but when I make a when I make a Nasara Gasara video, I get 1 million views. Right? Like on my old channel, I got thousands of subscribers just from that one 20-minute video. That was all a lie that we were fucking around with. When I do, my sister's probably about that age. She's like 10 years older than me, or a little over 11 years older than me or something. So yeah, she's like, I'm 34 or whatever. That makes sense. So she'd be like 45. Yeah, they make fun of like my following, how much I have, the subscriber count I have. But Nick Swick made like 7,000 subscribers in a day and a half. When Sage was still with us, he made a bet that we wouldn't break 1,000 by like the end of that night or some shit. And the Nick Swick channel not only broke 1,000 by the end of that night, it broke 3,000. It was 7,000 by the next day. Shit was crazy. If it hits the Patriot shit right, the Patriosphere, and they share it, that's the way it works. Yeah, that's the way it works, and people will do it. By the way, welcome. I saw somebody say that their subscription went away. If someone gives you a subscription, they do it a lot here. People are very generous here. And second, if you have a Prime subscription, if you use Amazon Prime, you have to renew it every month. Just so everybody knows.
You know, what happens? You have all these trolls, you have all these haters, you have all these people out there that, you know, they want the milk and honey of the United States of America. They love our milk and honey. Oh boy, do they love our milk and honey. But it's another way of living that they want. And then, you know, it's like you give people receipts of tangible things you can actually click on.
Did I dye my beard? I dyed it purple once. For a charity stream, but it's no longer purple. You couldn't even really tell unless the light hit it. Guess who farted gifted a subscription? Thank you very much. I appreciate that. No, I've never dyed my beard.
And then what thanks do you get from it? And this isn't one of these rants where, you know, I need people in the comments going, oh.
My beard look darker? I don't know. I mean, I'm no spring chicken. I found a bunch of them. Mariah likes to find gigantic, long, like gray hairs or whatever. But I don't think I've ever noticeably had any gray. It's pretty black. It's jet black. My hair was always jet black as a kid. Like super fucking black. It was crazy.
We'll just overlook it. No, you can't. Sometimes you have to address this stuff. So when you mess with the bull, you get the horns, right?
Cool.
Some of you people are so used to living every 4 years.
All right, here we go. So he's not lashing out. Right now, he's not lashing out on me. He's not lashing out at you. He's not lashing out at the trolls. He's going to lash out at his own audience. You people are so used to every 4 years, there's an election, and every time you turn around, somebody just hands you something, and somebody just gave you all this information. It's going to get bad. Just wait.
For a president who spends half the time trying to change what happened before that.
By the way, I've got a new compressor on the audio. Does the video sound all right? The thing about compressors that suck is like background noise. It'll amplify too. Because it's all compressed to the same audio level. But we shouldn't have any ups and downs anymore. But I was trying to avoid using a compressor, but I can't, I guess.
All right. And then what ends up happening? They only benefit from it, not you. And some of you are so condescending and negative that you really don't deserve what's going on.
Some of you are all so condescending and negative, you don't deserve what's going on behind the scenes that I'm telling you, but you can't really see it. You just got to trust us. Some of you just don't deserve that.
Be honest with you. Some of you.
How could you not deserve this? Like they say this is, Trump's secretly commander-in-chief and he's taking over and we're ascending and one world currency and this is what we've been waiting for and blah, blah, blah. Everybody's going to be a millionaire with Vatican gold and Nasara. How could you not deserve this? I thought this was literally what all the people of the world were supposed to deserve. How could you not deserve this? The fuck does that even mean?
You don't deserve what's going on. You really don't.
I hear you, Mona.
Deserve anything that's happening. And it's
Look at this guy.
remain professional
Look at this
in
guy.
cases like this. It really is. You know, when
I guarantee you, at some point, somebody will do the, what is it, 700 bits to do Derek Johnson? Somebody will do it, and we'll see. Look at this guy. Look at this guy. Look at this guy.
many receipts of .gov and .mil sites that form a blueprint.
He hasn't even started yet.
Directives. The federal
By the way, he started this whole video saying, I know everybody wants me to have a meltdown, but I'm not going to do it. But he's going to, for sure.
directives tell you. People say, I see comments all the time because so many people, you just come to the page.
You right, Adam Borders.
Right,
thank you.
well, let me get my little comment in here. Oh, I got to be funny today. Hopefully my little comment will be seen today. Some of you want your...
Oh, no.
It tells you laws and orders because we're a nation of law and order. Oh, all of a sudden, oh, man, this guy. Look at this guy. Oh, and look at him. He's all upset today. Not upset. Shoot, I sleep like a baby every night.
Look at this guy. Look at this guy. Look at this guy right here. Look at this guy. Look at this guy. His military career equates to this. Speaking with people who served with him, people who know of him, and his own fucking half-brother. He straight out of high school, he went to college. Then he tried to become a musician. That wasn't working out for him. So he told his brother, hey, I'm thinking about going back to school. And his brother said, you should join the army because they'll pay for it. Now, this is a big issue because I don't care if you join the military to pay for fucking school or to get a house or to get a hot meal. I don't care if you're homeless and you join the military. A lot of the best soldiers I've ever served with came out of like fucking drug dens and ghettos and shit to get away from it. There's nothing wrong with that whatsoever. Okay? Nothing wrong with that. I got you, Adam. There's nothing wrong with that. But Derek Johnson says that's serving for the wrong reasons. Derek Johnson says he served for the right reasons, which is an outright lie. His brother suggested having the military pay for his master's degree, and he did. And when he got to boot camp, he got an injury, he claims he got an injury on his knee, some type of knee injury. And he whined and cried and was about to fall out of boot camp. Thank you, Melissa Williams. He whined and cried and was about to fall out of boot camp. And his brother called in a favor to keep him in boot camp, to let him pass. Then he went to AIT and whined and cried about that. And he barely got through there. Then he finally got to a duty station and whined and cried about that and was put on a fucking sick call ranger list to where he couldn't even perform his duties, and whined and cried so much that they finally disbarred him. They finally kicked him out on medical. And yeah, he got a full retirement, but not because any goddamn thing he did other than bitch about his knee. He's never seen combat. He's never seen overseas. His job didn't have shit to do with the Constitution or the president or protecting America. This motherfucker he fired rockets. He wasn't an officer. He's lied about that. He said, I was the type of guy who would go in first and be enlisted, then an officer. Bullshit. He never was an officer. So he was the type of guy. I had test scores to be a general. You don't take a test to be a general, fucktard. Like, everything about him is made up. It's fake.
Comment in your First Amendment so bad, you don't really care about what's going on. And that's unfortunate. That's an atrocity to America right now. It's an atrocity because some of us actually give a dang. Some of us actually know how to get people together, get people to work. Some of us actually know how to run this country efficiently and effectively that it benefits everybody the way our founders actually originated. And you got Federal Continuity Directive that specifically tells you, I can see comments all the time, oh, how do you know this? And where does it? It says it in there.
No, it doesn't. These are gross misinterpretations because Derek Johnson thinks that he's smarter than everybody else. He thinks because he got a degree and then he went back got an MBA and the military paid for it, that he's smarter than you. So when he reads the documents and leans heavily on what he wants them to say and puts it out there, he thinks nobody can dispute it. These documents do not say that. His whole Biden was given a full grade military funeral is a fucking lie. Any more than 3 bangs out of those cannons, bang, 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 we're done. of military funerals, a 3-volley salute. 3 volleys. Uh-oh.
Go read the Federal Continuity Directive. It says it. It says from this date, anything prior to this date.
That's right, Chris Sam.
This Federal Continuity Directive. That's how you know to start there. So you have things like this, and then it forms a blueprint. There's an operation going on right now. You don't have to like it. You don't have to like anything I'm showing you.
None of these things add up. None of these things exist. There is no plan. There's nothing going on in the back. Even Donald Trump himself says we're running in 2024. He's already announced. He's already planning. He's planning on doing debates. DeSantis says he's running too. He's already had words about that. There's no doubt that Trump is not currently president to anybody except for these retards running around. The current president is Biden. Like him, love him, hate him, it doesn't matter. He's still the president.
But to defame my character, to slander, libel, you're going to have egg on your face when it's all said and done. So I'm on here to address the Guantanamo Bay situation. First off,
I don't know if I have egg on my face, but I'll give you a little bit of this protein batter if you need it, Derek. Look, you already got your mouth open.
I didn't put that out there that I'm going to Guantanamo Bay for everybody to know. So
what's up, Mike?
Podcaster slipped it out there.
I didn't put this out there for everybody to know. I just told everybody on a podcast, yes, I'm going and I'm covering the trials of Hillary and the deep state. What do you mean you didn't put it out there for everybody to know? If you wouldn't have told Nick Viamanomenon, he couldn't have possibly asked you. The only people that would have known is you and whoever you claim this radio station is sending you. If you wouldn't have told him or told him, hey, we can't broadcast this yet. We can't broadcast this yet. It wouldn't have been put out there. You clearly wanted this put out there. He's going to say something else stupid here in a minute saying, I never asked for donations. I only put up a donation links because my team told me to months ago. That's weird because his donation links have been up since the second time I ever went to his website, which was before he even had a team. It was just him. Well, after he went viral, remember, he didn't get a team until he met up with Trump or whatever and got this publicist that he's probably paying for just to be close to Trump. But that's when he got a team. That was just a couple months ago. He's had links since the second time. The first time I went to his website, there were no donation links. The 2 days later, I went back to show people how full of shit he is. The donation links there. No team.
Slander, libel, you're going to have egg on your face when it's all said and done. So I'm on here to address the Guantanamo Bay situation. First off, I didn't put that out there that I'm going to Guantanamo Bay for everybody to know. Some podcasters slipped it out there a while back whenever we were in a conversation that I have an opportunity to go to Guantanamo Bay. It got slipped out on the air.
Got slipped out.
Okay.
Got slipped out. Slipped out. Slipped out. Like the best part of Derek running down his mom's leg, it just slipped out.
But half of you can't even tie Velcro shoes correctly. All right? Half of you...
Oh, that's a good one. You can't even tie Velcro shoes correctly. I thought you couldn't stand for more than 20 minutes, had to walk around with a cane. Then I saw you standing up doing offbeat, off-tone, off everything, horrible gospel music for about an hour. But I guess that doesn't apply, right? When you left the military up until this day, you said you couldn't stand for more than 20 minutes and you had to walk around with a cane. You had to be assisted with a cane most days. But every time I see you at an event, you're walking around fine. I think you feigned an injury until the military got you walking papers, my man.
75% of Americans can't even name the 3 branches of government. So I dang sure know that most of you don't even have a clue what goes on, how these things operate. Things change, things get canceled, things get moved. You know, generals, they're human too. They get sick. They get...
Oh, hell. Thank you, Spicy. I appreciate it.
I'm a little bit drunk. Cause I'm drinking.
Thank you very much. But you're a You're a 75% of his audience. Sometimes you're a moderator. You don't have to donate that often.
Just resubscribed for 11 months.
Thank you very much. I feel bad that you're a mod and you're donating. I feel like I should be paying you. Thank you very much. That's Bankentry, the main bank of the Keebler Elves.
Diarrhea. They fart.
What?
They're humans. Things change. Things get canceled. Things get moved. Generals, they're human too. They get sick. They get diarrhea. They fart. They're humans. I mean, it's really frustrating to see some of the comments because it feels like you do all this work for people and you show all these people, here's how the military operates. Here's how the federal government operates.
Oh no, this isn't going to happen, guys. You can't keep doing this to me. I'm not even that big. I'm not that big of a. I think you guys are overdoing it a little bit here. Okay? Maybe a little bit. Just a little bit. I'm not that bad of a guy. I try to do my best. I keep a list of people I've offended so I can apologize to them one day. Not. But thank you very much for the donation. I appreciate it. Y'all got a hype train going? Oh, shit. Is there another one? Uh-oh. Are they back to back? Did somebody do another one? Jesus Christ. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. That was another donation for just top tip and then the amount. Tip and no space. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you for that. Yeah. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Top cheer and then the amount. I'm an idiot. Top, like, if I wanted to cheer 300 bits, I would type in cheer and then 300. Thank you very much. There it is. You figured it out. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. We're going to have to... There's 700 more. That'll go off in a minute, I'm sure. A bunch of subscriptions. Thank you very much. Jesus Christ, y'all going wild. 5 subs gifted. Thank you. I appreciate that. Hop train level 2 complete. And then hopefully that other 700 will play in just a sec. There it goes.
It tells you laws and orders because we're a nation of law and order. Oh, all of a sudden. Oh, man, this guy. Look at this guy. Oh, and look at him. He's all upset today. Not upset. Shoot. I sleep like a baby every night.
He sleeps like a baby every night. Sure about that? Are you sure about that?
You sure about that?
What the hell got into you guys? Throwing a party over here.
You sure about that?
That is a level 4. We're in a level 4 hop train. You got 3 levels completed. Thank you very much. I appreciate it, guys. Lots of gifted subs, lots of donations. Thank you very much for that. I appreciate it. All right, back to the video. Thank you.
We'll do all day. Here's what military regulations look like. Here's what military law.
I just heard another one go off.
Jeff Walk cheered X 510.
Thank you very much. That will not do the donation or whatever, but thank you very much for that. Oh, there it is.
PR_you betcha cheered X 600.
Yeah, if you don't want the animation to go off, you can just cheer like $4.99 or like 505 or some weird number. It's only the exact numbers that make the animation go off. But thank you very much for that. I appreciate it. That is 97% complete on a level 4. Thank you.
Looks like. Here's what federal law looks like. You show people all these receipts, and it's like, oh, you got to have the little smart alerts in the comment box. You're going to get blocked. You can go get your news elsewhere. I started with 2 followers. 2. 1, 2.
You're going to get blocked if you want to put your smart aleck comments in the chat box. I started with 2 followers. You started with 0. Well, you probably started with a friends list, I'm assuming. Even douchebags like you have friends on Facebook, right? There it goes.
PR_you betcha cheered X 500.
You sure? You even sure about that?
Sure about that?
Are you sure about that?
You sure about
You
that?
sure about that?
You
Sure about that? And 165 bits. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Look at this guy.
It tells you laws and orders because we're a nation of law and order. Oh, all of a sudden. Oh, man, this guy. Look at this guy. Oh, and look at him. He's all upset today. Not upset. Shoot, I sleep like a baby every night.
Look at this guy. Look at this guy. I sleep like a baby. Look at this guy. All right, guys. Thank you very much for showering me with donations. Thank you. I appreciate it. Everybody, when the hop train ends, if you participated in it, you'll get a custom emote or whatever, and you'll be good to go. Oh, there's the fireworks in the hop train thing. Thank you. I appreciate it. I don't know why I got a hop train animation. Let me see. And all the time, the freaking fireworks work, but the damn hop train doesn't. I don't know why it doesn't show up. Hold on, I'm looking at something now. There's the fireworks. Oh, it's because it's off screen.
420.
I need to keep that on screen, don't I? Where should I put it? Up here, maybe? Maybe put it right here in the center when we got a hop train going. Or I could even put it down here, I guess. This is just for when we got a hop train going. The fireworks are for a hop train too. But it'll go through all the levels, different colors, and then it turns rainbow when we get to level 5. That'll work, won't it? That's why I'm an idiot. Turn off studio mode. It should still be there. Yeah. And the fireworks are when we pass a hop train level. It'll work next time. Sorry that I didn't have it right this time. All right, here we go.
2 followers. All right, and I know one of them. I know who one of them was.
Thank you, Gen X.
All right, shout out Jackson. I don't know who the other was.
Jackson was one of my first followers. Shout out to Jackson. Relaxing Jackson.
There was one other follower. 2 followers. And now we're the 700,000 and growing. Okay? But all you who want to laugh and get in the comment box and look cool, you're going to get blocked. You can go get your news elsewhere. You won't get it from here, all right? Because so many of you are so unappreciative. You're so unappreciative of someone who actually gives a freaking dang, who does all this work and gives you all the receipts of everything, and then you got to look cool in the comment box, or you want to be negative Nancy and you want to be a Karen. And this is the very reason this operation is going on. And you, Karen, and you people out
there
are the very reason our country looks the way it looks. Because you're unappreciative. You're unappreciative of people who actually freaking give a dang, who put in hard work and do something for no subscriptions. No.
You won't give a dang. You don't put in hard work. You won't pay attention to me putting in hard work and giving this to you for free. For free. Assholes. Thank you very much. Why is he getting so upset? Because some of his fans started to question, holy shit. Some of his fans started to question why he wasn't a Gitmo. Yeah, if you're doing bits, you just put in cheer, no space, and then the amount. So if I wanted to cheer 1 bit, it would say cheer 1. If I wanted to cheer 100, it'd say cheer 100, 1,000, cheer 1,000, whatever. No space.
No subscriptions. And then most people follow all these people out here who've been Hansel and Greteling you, throwing you crumbs here.
Hanseling and Greteling you. Hanseling.
2023 just gifted 1 subs.
Thank you very much for the gifted sub. I appreciate that. They've been Hanseling, Greteling you.
Sorry for the dance.
Whatever the fuck that means.
Patriots.
Oh shit. There it is. 1,500 bits. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. You got it to work. Good job. Thank you very much. That was Vern.
In there, you're not getting anything from.
Oh, he's saying Hansel and Gretel, like they give you like pieces, but you have to subscribe for it or whatever. 540 bits from Shannon. Hansel and Gretel, you was like, oh, they got you subscribing and they're giving you bits and pieces, a breadcrumb trail or whatever. Burgie with 150 bits. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Yeah, we defeated level 5. You guys don't have to keep going. Thank you. Level 5 complete. Thank you very much.
Those very people are the ones trying to tear down actual good people who are doing something good for society and doing something good for God. I don't get it. I don't
get it.
So
I don't get it.
Guantanamo Bay situation.
I really don't get it.
Here's the deal.
Why would you do this to me? I don't get it. Why would you tear me down? I'm doing something for God. Why would you get it? Why would you do? I don't get it. Why would you do that to me?
All right. So I got contacted months ago.
Just like that crazy lady I showed up in my chat first thing on Facebook. He's a good guy. God made him for this time. He was supposed to be here, and nobody can talk bad about him. Bullshit. Watch me.
From a radio station. They're FEMA regulated, they're FCC regulated, and they're an emergency alert system. Okay? I didn't name their name yet because we're not ready for that. I didn't want to name their name till we had everything to sure lock in. Okay? So, I got hired on by the radio station. I'm officially hired by a radio station.
So he somehow got hired by, according to him, he got hired by a radio station in Oklahoma.
All right, they're in Oklahoma. I can say that.
And he's supposed to be a correspondent for them or some shit. There we go. Guess who farted resubscribe for 15 months. Thank you very much, guess. I appreciate it. So he somehow got, he's going to be like a news correspondent for them.
All right. Then we had to do correspondence. Just this week, just yesterday, a butthurt person out there who's all butthurt because someone else.
Did you hear that, guys? 1,500 again. Thank you very much, Suke. A butthurt person who's all butthurt. A butthurt person who's all butthurt about being butthurt because they're butthurt when they're butthurt because they're butthurt. What an idiot. What a freaking idiot.
Then we had to do correspondence. Just this week, just yesterday, a butthurt person out there who's all butthurt because someone else knows laws and orders a lot better than they do, puts out there, this is actually going to backfire on this person, putting out there that anybody can go to Guantanamo Bay. First off, that's as false can get. It's going to backfire on that person. All right? If people...
Anybody can go to GITMO pending approval. You have to be approved to go there. If you move there, they have facilities for you and your family. I know a guy that actually served there. If Moriarty is in the chat, he's been in and out of there. But if we're talking about doing it as a reporter of some type, if we're talking about doing it as a reporter of some type, you have to have basically you just have to be approved. You have to tell them like who you work for, your previous work, what you intend to cover. What station or whatever you work for, and then you just has to be signed off on, and you can go. They have press flights that go down every so often and come back. It's once a week. I think they go on Saturdays down and Saturdays back up. And you hop on one of those planes and go down there, and you got to press pass and shit ahead of time. You got to get everything done ahead of time. You can't just show up, and there you go.
Start emailing those commanders.
Stops refueling, Gitmo. There you go.
Sponsor. All right, you have to have the lieutenant commander and deputy commander and all these other people sign off on this process.
Lieutenant commander, deputy commander, and all these. Yeah, so does everybody else. Every reporter that's been there has had this paperwork signed, bro. You're not special. You're not doing anything. All you did was you conned a radio station into hiring you so you could say that you were their reporter and you're trying to get in there as a reporter.
It's not what you think, okay? So all these comments out there saying, oh, you're doing a tour starting July 1st. I thought you were supposed to...
Bring it to me instead of everybody else.
There's 1,000 bits from Gaily W. Thank you very much for 1,000 bits. I don't appreciate this because I don't think I'm an asshole, but I understand why people do it. I get it. It's not that big a deal. I appreciate it very much. It's going to throw some arrows up and then point at me and I'm an asshole. There you go. There you go, boys. We're an asshole. We got it. We got it. Thank you very much for that, Gaily. I appreciate it. Yeah.
When did I say I was going to Guantanamo Bay? Where on any of my posts have I said that I'm...
With Nicholas V. Aminamenamenon. You did say this. Like, I'm not making it up. You said this. What do you mean? What are you doing now? What do you mean, when did I say it? Wait, you said it. You said it when you said it. You said it when you told him, then he asked you about it. That's when you said it. What do you mean? I don't understand what you're saying. Like you said it. He said it on Jaco too. That's right. It's weird. Whatever.
I'm going to Guantanamo Bay. No, ain't nobody going to be able to find that. We were aiming for June 14th, but How do you know how long that works? How long do you know? Most of you don't even know how to tie Velcro shoes correctly, once again.
Once again, you dumbasses. Can you even tie correctly Velcro shoes? You idiots. I got the little birdie thing. What's it call it? A hop aw. Aw. It's a little cute pigeon, purple pigeon thing. There you go.
You can't even name the 3 branches of government. So how do you know how military commissions work? Do you even know that military tribunals are actually called military commissions as well? Most people, no, probably don't. Right? So
most people would know that. Like, it's not just a tribunal. A commission is like a group of people that get together to investigate, like the Watergate Commission or the Russiagate Commission or whatever you want to call it. The commission is a group of people that are investigating something, right?
How do you know when I'm going, how I'm coming back, if I'm...
Well, you told everybody that in the first part of June you were going, and you're going to be down there to cover the deep state trials that are not happening. I can read the calendar too. Yeah, the next trial, a bunch of them were canceled last month, but on, let's see, June the 5th, we get U.S. versus Abd Allah Hadi al-Iraqi. Motions hearing for this 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th. It's a weird way to spell Hillary Clinton or the deep state or the or the fucking the cabal.
Coming back. I mean, how do you know that? And why are you got to look like Negative Nancy and old Karen in the comment box? And it's
Negative Nancy Karen.
Right? Because I created this page not because I wanted a platform. You can go back and watch.
You look just like a Negative Nancy Karen in the comment box. Just like a Negative Nancy Karen.
My very first video, I didn't create a page because I wanted a platform.
You mean Nancy Grace?
I wanted a merchandise page and to hear people whining and complaining
Nancy
about
Drew
shipping, which are also having issues right now because of the operation, because of the... That's my very first video. I didn't create a page because I wanted a platform. I didn't create a page because I wanted a merchandise page and to hear...
But you sure did get all those things, didn't you? Almost instantly, you had donation links and merchandise and ways for people to pay you and follow you and different groups. That's weird.
People whining and complaining about the shipping, which are also having issues right now because of the operation.
So people are whining and crying, he says, because of the shipping on his merch store.
Because of the executive orders put into place. The very executive orders to do with the Postal Service right now, the UPS and USPS are having issues right now. All right? Do you think I did all that for that? No, I didn't do it for that. I had a video that went globally viral because God gave me the ability to take all these laws and orders, condense them to help people out. And this is the thanks that people get for helping. And I'm not the only one. There's other podcasters out there. There's other people out there that are good people. They're good hearts. They work hard. And it's always the podcasters who are the most negative, trying to tear people down.
Okay.
People support. And
negative, trying to tear people down, and you guys support them. Wait, he's going to go after Space Force Chuck here in a minute.
Where's the discernment at? So it's like, why do we do this? Why do I do it? I do it because of the good people out there. There's multiple people who said they're going to commit suicide until they read these documents. Those people...
Well, those people, you better keep a close eye on them because none of what you told them is coming true. So what did you do? Just delay them? If the only thing keeping them alive are what you told them was going to happen, and we all know that's not going to happen, and I honestly think you do too, then what do you think is going to happen when they find out the truth, bro? What do you think is going to happen when none of this comes to pass? Get out of here.
Why do it? It's the good people of 1776 Nation, which we're going to actually change the name to, by the way, because of the trolls out there. We're going to one up the trolls.
Oh, you're changing the name? Wait. You're changing the name of 1776 Nation? Derek, could that be because you told people they couldn't use your name or likeness because it was copyright infringement? And then some people, not saying who, may have figured out that you don't even own the copyright to 1776 Nation. And then those people, not saying who, bought the copyright for 1776 Nation, and now you can't use it. Is that true? Is that true, sir? We're changing the names to one up the trolls because the name's not important, and we're going to be the good guy crew. We're going to be the white hat hand jobs. Sure you are. Sure you are, buddy. That's why you're doing it. You're one up in the trolls. You got them.
We're going to change it here soon because I didn't do this for ego. So it's not about the name. It's about getting you the information.
It's not about the name that I try to tell people they were infringing on my copyright and then someone else went and bought the trademark on it. It's not about that. It's not about that. He said on a podcast the other day that 83 people have told him they didn't unalive themselves because of him. Sure. He's fucking lying, or those people are fucking lying to him as a joke, because there's no way you wouldn't. And there's no fucking way.
Service beyond my service is about keeping my oath that I made.
Service beyond his service, right? Because he didn't get to serve as long as he'd like to. His career got ended early, not by his choice. It was just his insistent fucking complaining about his knee till he got med boarded out.
To this nation, and I would have never been able to tell you what I'm telling you had I stayed in the military, because for the right reasons, unlike some people out there who get on TikTok videos in a full-fledged uniform and violate Department of Defense uniform regulations, and also...
Oh, who are you talking about there, bro? Wait a second. Seems like you're talking about one of my friends.
What I'm telling you, had I stayed in the military, because I served for the right reasons, unlike some people out there who get on TikTok videos in a full-fledged
uniform,
Department of Defense regulations,
uniform regulations,
branch regulations.
Are you talking about our good friend Space Force Chuck, who has approval and authorization through his fucking command to do exactly what he does? To do exactly what he does, no matter what you say. He's not violating anything. You're just mad because he points out that you're lying. He even went on to other podcasts to point out you're lying. He even went like Nino in places to point out you're lying. That's weird.
And also their base regulations, and also the social media handbook.
No, I didn't see an email. I got this, and I got a screenshot from... Well, that screenshot was from that screenshot was from Wednesday.
Regulations of their branch and also the Department of Defense. So I wouldn't have been able to tell you the things that I've shown you through certain things, right? So Guantanamo Bay. All right. We were scheduled. We were aiming to go down. There's windows, okay? And you can go to the .mil sites. You can go look it up. They have these cases posted, and you can think that your little butt can go down there if you want to go down there. It says reserve right here. You can click on that. You can fill it all the way out if you want to. But guess where you're going to have the hang up? You're going to have the hang up when you need a sponsor, and when they start asking you what kind of work you've done and see the reports that you've put out there.
Oh my goodness. You're not going to be able to get in. Because you're not white hat enough. You're not white hat enough. You're not cool enough, guys. You're not going to be able to get in because they're going to know that you're somebody different and you're not a white hat guy. And they won't let you get it. Dude, if you have an actual somebody with call sign letters for a TV or radio station, come and try to support you into this, I guarantee you, unless you have something crazy in your background, you can get in. They let reporters down there all the time. You can actually go on post and watch some of these remotely, especially the ones that have to do with like 9/11 and terrorism and shit like that. You can go. There was one out in, I think they've moved it. So there was one at it was at Fort Meade, but didn't they move the viewing site, or am I wrong? I can't remember. But anyways, you can go watch it remotely through CCTV.
All day today, I've been on emails with my correspondent and with the lieutenant commander, okay? And where are we at? I've got all the things submitted in. I've got my whole
He's got everything submitted. Yes, it's effective April 30th, 2018. The media CCTV site for military commissions will move from Smallwood Hall at Fort Meade to McGill Training Center, Classroom 7 at Fort Meade. Oh, they just moved it across Fort Meade. The entrance to the media CCTV site will be through the left rear of McGill Training Center, and there's a parking lot in the rear of the building, which is accessible to the rear door. Members of the media are encouraged to attend and can watch military commission proceedings from Smallwood Hall at Fort Meade, Maryland. If you are a member of the media, please coordinate with OMC Public Affairs. Give some numbers for information on securing a seat. Generally, military commission sessions begin at 09, and we encourage those viewing the proceedings to arrive 30 to 45 minutes before the beginning of the session. For your safety and to ensure our courtroom rules and regulations are followed, please follow all signed and oral instructions provided by the Office of Military Commissions personnel in attendance. Instructions on how to access Fort Meade can be found at the Fort Meade website. Directions to Fort Meade, installation access procedures, and gate information. Members of the public without a Department of Defense ID card must use the Rockenbach Road gate, use the far right lane, and inform the guard you are observing the military commission hearings at McGill Training Center CCTV site. To obtain a one-day pass, the driver observer will need to show a valid driver's license and an original and current vehicle registration. Background checks for access to the base will take approximately 20 minutes. Please see Fort Meade installation access procedures and gate information from the link above for base updates and gate closures. First responders, victims, and victim family members. The Office of the Military Commission also provide viewing locations for first responders, 9/11 cases only, and for victims and family members of victims, 9/11 USS Cole cases at multiple locations along the East Coast of the United States. These are as follows. USS Cole case you can watch at Norfolk Naval Station in Virginia. 9/11 case you can watch at Fort Hamilton, New York, Fort Meade, Maryland, Joint Base McGuire in Lakehurst, New Jersey, Fort Devens in Massachusetts. Like, lots of people can watch this. Going to Gitmo is a little bit different. You have to have a clearance to be there, but it's a lot easier just to go watch it on CCTV, some of the trials and stuff, and usually a lot of that stuff becomes public record.
Passport, I've got my passes, I've got the itinerary, I got where I've got to show up at Joint Base Andrews at 6:30 a.m. It's Saturday to Saturday. It's where they fly, and then you got to catch a flight out of Guantanamo Bay on a Saturday to come back. So
you can find all this on their website if you just wanted, like, the housing. It'll tell you what the housing is. That's a page. It'll tell you about dining. One of them says travel, so it says travel, and if you click on it, all this is on the it's mc.mil, Office of Military Commissions, and it says those individuals involved in the Office of Military Commission and need to travel to Gitmo, Cuba must work through the Office of Military Commissions before traveling, depending on your individual status. Certain steps must be completed before traveling. Below is a summarization of travel requirements based upon your status. So he would be a non-government observer, so not a witness. That'd be somebody who testifies. He wouldn't be a victim of, not an OMC employee. Oh, members of the media. There we go. Members of the media who wish to travel to Gitmo, Cuba, to observe a commission proceeding must coordinate through the Department of Defense, Office of the Assistant Secretary of the Defense for Public Affairs, OASD-PA. The Office of Military Commissions does not coordinate either group or individual media travel to Guantanamo Bay, Cuba. Media wishing to contact OASD-PA can contact the following: Ron Flevzig, and he gives his number, or Adam Cole. Adam Cole. There's also a thing for contractors, like if you're going to be working down there, which happens quite often. They use contractors all the time, but you have to take a pre-travel training to be a contractor down there. It's a non-governmental organization. The convening authority for the Office of Military Commission has approved certain non-government organizations to send representatives for review of commission proceedings at Prison Gitmo, Cuba, on a space available basis. Before being selected to travel, NGOs must be approved by the convening authority to become a member of the observed selection pool. To be considered for the inclusion of the observer selection pool, the organization must submit to the NGO selection team based upon, so these would be NGOs, like private fund groups that are non-government organizations, but they deal in this. They have to sign read the following forms must be completed: hold harmless agreement, NGO ground rules agreement, invitation travel worksheet, Department of Navy base access, pass registration, and NGO procedures outline. All must be signed. So there's ways for people to get there, right, and see it. So he claims he's going there because a radio station hired him as a journalist, and they are going to get him in as press, and he's going there to see the trials of the deep state. But here in a second, he's going to be like, they say on the calendar that these Muslim people from 9/11 are being tried, but we know that's not true. Well, it is. There's Muslim people. You have to look up their name to see what they did, but that's who we're trying there. There's no Hillarys and there's no Obamas and there's no fucking deep state cabal Democrats down there.
Saturday to Saturday. That's how it works. All right. We didn't know. We went to the website to begin with, all right, just about a month ago. Of course, they're not going to tell you on the calendar because they've swapped up all the people. They show you certain names on there from all the way back to 9/11.
See, they swapped up the people. They're not going to show you the real names on there. They're not going to show you the real names on there. They've swapped them up, guys. Duh. We know that's not true. Really? So you're using the calendar, you're using the paperwork, you're using their planning, and you trust the calendar. You say we should all trust the calendar because last month, at the end of the month, they put canceled on the calendar, right? So we should trust it when it's canceled. But if it says somebody's name, somebody's name, then we shouldn't trust it. It's actually the deep state, guys. Jesus Christ. The person they're doing right now is Abdullah al-Hadi al-Iraqi. It says, according to information about him provided by the Pentagon, Hadi was a key paramilitary commander in Afghanistan during the late 1990s before taking charge of cross-border attacks against the U.S. and coalition troops in 2002 to 2004. He was accused of commanding attacks on Afghanistan coalition forces and the involvement in plots to assassinate Pakistani President Pervez Musharraf. Following the American invasion in 2001, he clashed with Ahmed Qatar, arguing that frontline battle would prove more useful than guerrilla tactics around Shanghai, Pakistan. Al-Iraqi was alleged to have managed the Ashara guest house in Kabul's diplomatic district, from where he was alleged to command Al-Qaeda's army and to have served as Al-Qaeda's accountant. He has been wanted in Iraq since at least February 2005. The most recent U.S. State Department wanted poster, blah, blah, blah. This hasn't been updated, but he was captured in 2007. Newsweek article claimed that Al-Iraqi brokered a 2005 reconciliation between Osama bin Laden and Abdullah Musab al-Zarqawi. Newsweek asserted that bin Laden had failed to anticipate the strength of Iraqi's anti-occupation resistance and that he dispatched al-Iraqi to take charge of establishing an al-Qaeda presence in the resistance. Newsweek asserted that Zarqawi had left a bad impression on his fellow veterans of the struggle to evict the Soviet invaders and that bin Laden didn't trust him. However, al-Iraqi recommended that al-Qaeda would be better served by naming Zarqawi the head of al-Qaeda in Iraq. That's the people we were fighting. The Sons of Iraq were trying to take it back, but basically it was al-Qaeda in Iraq. Then by trying to compete with him, it was easier to name him than by trying to compete with him for volunteers and establish a parallel effort explaining the reconciliation. It was reported in January 2002 that someone with the same pseudonyms, Abdullah al-Hadi al-Iraqi and Abu Abdullah, had been captured in Afghanistan. That person was also described as a training camp commander. However, despite these coincidences, the two suspects are now known to be distinct individual people. Despite the report that Abdullah al-Hadi spoke several regional languages, several of the charges against Abdul Zahir stem from him serving as a translator for Abdul Hadi. A captured letter dated June 13, 2002, and thought to be from Saif al-Adel, mentions Abdul al-Hadi al-Iraqi, who is relatively senior in Al-Qaeda and is at large, probably in Afghanistan at the time of the writing. The U.S. DoD statement says that he was in charge of a cross-border attacks in Afghanistan and that before his capture, he was trying to return to his native country, Iraq, to manage Al-Qaeda's affairs and possibly focus on operations outside Iraq against Western targets. On April 27, 2007, it was reported that he was detained at GITMO. He was previously held by the CIA, according to BBC News. U.S. sources told them that al-Iraqi was arrested late last year, meaning in 2006 he was arrested. On September 6, 2006, President George W. Bush officially confirmed the CIA maintained a secret network of overseas interrogation camps when he announced that 14 high-value detainees, including al-Iraqi, had been transferred to Gitmo from those secret camps. Bush claimed that the transfer of these 14 men had emptied the CIA's secret interrogation camps. Critics pointed out that Bush had not announced the closure of the camps and that the date of al-Iraqi's capture had not been made known. Al-Iraqi had a writ of habeas corpus filed on his behalf. The Department of Defense announced on August 9th, 2007, that all 14 of the high-value detainees who had been transferred to Gitmo from the CIA's black sites had been officially classified as enemy combatants, although Judge Peter Brownback and Keith J. Allred had ruled 2 months earlier that only illegal enemy combatants could face military commissions. The Department of Defense waived the qualifier and said that all 14 men could now face charges before Gitmo military commission. He also has a medical condition. He has a spinal condition. Camp authorities flew in a neurosurgeon team for an emergency operation hours before Cuba was struck by Hurricane Irma, according to Carol Rosenberg. Writing in the Miami Herald, his lawyers blamed the severity of his spinal condition on a decade of medical mistreatment. On the other hand, military spokesperson used him as an example of the high-quality treatment the USA provides captives. According to the CT scan performed in January 2017, pointed out the need for surgery. Camp authorities only scheduled his surgery after he couldn't feel his legs anymore and couldn't hold his urination and defecation. September 15, 2017, his lawyers announced that he needed another surgery on his spine and neck. So he's just laying in there shitting and pissing on himself, waiting for trial. But that's the trial that's coming up. So the motions hearing are coming up, and then we'll move on to, well, the motions hearings are all next month. All of June is Abdullah al-Hadi al-Iraqi, all month. And he's not from 9/11. He's not a 9/11 guy. He is a Afghanistan general guy.
Case. We already know because my correspondent, she's an emergency alert station, okay? EAS stations, they have to pay dues, okay?
That's not true. I don't know why he keeps saying this either. A station that runs EAS, emergency alert system, does not pay anything. They have to have the equipment. They have to maintain the equipment. They have to participate in so many tests a month. They don't have to do state ones, but they have to do presidential ones. And they don't have to pay they don't pay dues.
They pay dues. The government and the military don't pay them. They pay dues. If some of you would actually go research ham radio and emergency communications and emergency alert systems, maybe you would understand that. Isn't that something I say all the time? To go read? If you go read, you would understand these things. So we go to the site a month ago, said trial. Shows you a calendar. You can click on the calendars. Here it is. All right.
I got your email now.
You go on there yesterday, and they say cancel.
That's not true. So I'll show you the schedule right now here. So he's claiming they were planning on going June 14th. Those have not been canceled. They're not canceled. You can see them plain as day right here. I can even zoom in for you. Hold on. Do you see any of these that say canceled? He said he was planning on going the 14th. So here's the 12th. Here's the 13th and 14th. Oh, this is Al-Rahim. This is Al-Iraqi up here, so it might have changed. Motions hearing. Do any of these say canceled to you? I'll show you what a canceled one looks like in just a second. Al Rahim, they all have got the same fucking name, which makes it hard to fucking keep up with. Rahim Hussein Muhammad Abdullah Al Nashiri. So none of these are canceled. And this is, again, June 2023. And he was supposed to go on the 14th. That's not canceled. That's a lie. So, but if I go back to, let me grab this. If I go back to May, go back to the month of May, these did get canceled in May. See, canceled, canceled all the way to the 13th. 14th canceled, 15th canceled, 16th canceled, 17th canceled, 18th, 19th canceled, 20th canceled. 21st canceled, 22nd canceled, 23rd canceled, 24th canceled, 25th canceled, 26th canceled, 27th a blank day. 28th, 29th, 30th, 31st all blank. That's May though. He was never planning on going in May. He said we were trying to go on June 14th and they canceled them all. Lies. Here we got June right here, June 2023. The first is open, second and third's open. Then we go to the fourth and we get the fifth. Not canceled. Not canceled. Not canceled. Not canceled. Not canceled. Like if he was going the 14th, he's lying about what's canceled. They canceled them last month. It has nothing to do with this month. They're out there's 14th open. That's not canceled, is it? Is that canceled? Seems like it would say canceled like those other ones, wouldn't it, Derek? We can even click on the one from the 14th and see what it says. Al Rahim Hussein. See if it'll open. Give me just a second. This is Al Nashiri, Al Rahim Hussein Nashiri. So it says, finally, probably in 1998, Al Nashiri is alleged to have joined Al Qaeda, reporting directly to bin Laden in the late 1998. He conceived a plot to attack a U.S. vessel using a boat full of explosive. Bin Laden personally approved the plan and provided money for it. First, Al Nashiri allegedly attempted to attack the USS Sullivan's as part of the 2000 Millennium attack plots. But the boat he used was overloaded and explosives began to sink. The next attempt was the USS Cole bombing, which was successful. Remember when the USS Cole got bombed? 17 U.S. sailors were killed and many more were injured. This terrorist attack made al-Nashiri prominent within Al-Qaeda, and he allegedly was made the chief of operations for the Arabian Peninsula. He organized the Limburg tanker bombing in 2002 of a French flagged vessel off Yemen, and he may have planned other attacks as well. This is the guy who planned the USS Cole bombing, who is his idea. He made it happen. It was in October of 2000, I guess. October of 2000, I think, in Yemen. You guys remember? That's the guy we're talking about. It's not canceled. It's not fucking canceled. What do you mean it's canceled? It's not fucking canceled. Right there it is. That's on the 14th. But he says, oh, they changed all the names. Those aren't the same. Here's the email I just sent to me. It says, your client, Miss Paparelli, which is his lawyer, your client, Derek Johnson, has made multiple threats on video this week that he is taking legal action against the person using 1776 Nation and has already sent a cease and desist order. Maybe you sent the cease and desist orders to multiple people, but he is being very specific, and it sounds like he is targeting me. As I previously stated, I'm not the owner or creator of any page using 1776 Nation. In fact, I do not know the name of the person running the page, nor am I an admin or a moderator on said page. I also know for a fact that Mr. Johnson did not even file for the trademark until 5/15/2023, which was almost a month after you threatened me for claiming he owned the trademark. However, to prove to you that I've never created a page by that name, I'm providing you with a screen capture of my Facebook account that shows every single page I have created with the account since 2009, only one of which is even visible to the public. Please ask your client to quit making threats, or I will have to get my attorney involved. Thank you for your attention on this matter. Very good. Very well worded. email. Good job. Don't let him fucking try to intimidate you. Fuck him. All right, back to the video, guys.
All right, but then you go to the press releases, okay? The press releases. There's 3 trials right now that
Gregorian or Julian. That's right. Who knows?
has a sponsor who has been hired on or has been hired on with a radio station or TV station. Those people who get sponsors, you can go register on there. You can find these 3 trials that are going on right now. One of them's deadline was April the 12th. The other was or April 26th, somewhere there, and there was one like May 12th. And then the one that we just signed up for is the deadline is either today, I think it was today. Yes, today, May 26th. Okay, and the trial is August the 5th through August the 19th. All right.
Now we've moved it August the 5th through August the 19th. Now we're moving it again. Now we're moving it again. Why not? We might as well. All right. August the 15th. Let's look on that calendar and see what that trial is. Let me go back to the calendar. Oh, I pulled it over here for you guys, didn't I? June, July. Now we're going to July, August. He said all this would be going on in June and July, though, and he said it'd be quick, right? Let me zoom in for you guys. What's that say? INSEP, nurturement out, motions hearing, INSEP. Okay. U.S. versus Hadi al-Iraqi. Same thing I was just talking about. Another motions hearing. He said the 15th through something. But he also said he had to go on a Saturday, so that's not even the 15th. What an idiot. But here we go. 14th, Hadi al-Iraqi. 15th, Hadi al-Iraqi, motions hearing. 16th, Hadi al-Iraqi, motions hearing. 17th, Hadi al-Iraqi, motions hearing. 18th, same. 19th, a blank day. 20 is a blank day. 21st is going to be Al-Rahim Hussein, the guy from the USS Cole. Same thing again. 22nd, motions hearing. 23rd, yeah, same thing going on. But none of the names are right, according to Derek. But the cancellations are, and the days, and then the courtroom, all that stuff's right. Just all the names are we shouldn't trust. Got it. I don't know what this is. Let me click on this one. The government website, so it takes forever to load. INSEP. Nurjaman? Let me see what this is. Is that somebody's name? It looks like it. He spent 16 years. Here's an article from Al Jazeera. It says, after 16 years in Gitmo, will Hambali get a fair trial? Indonesian faces a military commission over his alleged role in the Bali bombing and JW Marriott hotel attack 20 years ago. Nasir Abbas, the former member of the Indonesian hardline group Jamaah Islamiyah, the JI, described fellow recruit INSEP Nurjaman as typically Javanese. Nurjaman, who is better known by his Nam de Hambali, as well, that's his alias, I guess, as well as Rudian Ismuddin, was polite, soft, and proper, blah, blah, blah. Remembering the time the two men were apart, one of those most fearsome groups in Southeast Asia. Well, they were part of one of the most fearsome groups in Southeast Asia. So he's responsible, apparently, for the bombing of a hotel. The Bali bombing in the JW Marriott Hotel 20 years ago. It says, Hambali and Abbas both trained military combat together in Afghanistan in the 1990s before joining JI, which was labeled a terrorist organization by the United States government after the group claimed a string of attacks across Indonesia in the early 2000s, including the Bali bombing in 2002, which left more than 200 people dead. He was eloquent, so clever you couldn't help but be left with a good impression of him, said Abbas. who cooperated with the authorities following his arrest and now works on de-radicalization programs for the Indonesian government. The United States did not feel that way. Hambali, who is now 57, has spent the last 16 years at GITMO in Cuba and was described by former U.S. President George Bush as one of the most lethal terrorists. So that's who that is. Umbali. All right, back to the video. Let's see what else Derek Johnson lies about. I just want you to see that these are like even if he gets to these cases as a reporter for this news station, it has nothing to do with the deep state or anything else. These are all pending cases that haven't been tried. Illegal all the way back to 9/11. Which one of those is from 9/11? Which one of those from 9/11? I don't think so. It's a very big deal to have one of these trials. And you know how long fucking trials take. Well, imagine if the U.S. was charging with something so dramatic as 9/11 or fighting for terroristic purposes or terrorism, basically. And imagine these countries where they don't keep great records, where everybody changes their name, where everybody have an alias, where you don't have a cell phone you can track all the time, where you don't have an alibi. Think of the investigation work that goes into these as well. It takes for fucking ever. Imagine investigating somebody right now where you have their cell phone, you have cameras, you have call logs, you have pings off cell phone records. You can get everything to know what everybody's doing basically at all times. Now imagine going back 200 fucking years and trying to do the same thing, because that's the way Iraq and Afghanistan are. It's got to be a massive fucking investigation.
Put in a waiver to try to get to one if they have one that is scheduled in June or July, if there's a way to get on there. But
that's probably pretty accurate. Michael Aaron says, I think he just says stuff and gets rid of people who don't blindly follow him. That way he's 100% control. Yeah, he's very, very forceful with his audience for sure.
Things change daily, just like anything else in your life. Why don't you apply your life sometimes to real life situations? How about instead of trying to tear people down, and how about instead of being negative Nancy or trying to look like little Miss Karen in the comment box, how about you try to apply some common sense?
How about you try that sometimes, you asshole?
All these people out here defaming my character like the brown nosers who can't make a name on their own. We got these brown nosers who went and copied 1776 Nation. They can't make a name on their own. They're stalkers. What are the odds?
They went and copied my 1776 Nation. They went and copied it. They copied it because they can't make a life of their own. They can't make a name of their own. What are the odds? What are the odds that someone could reach out to the Department of Defense and get correspondence back about Derek Johnson? Reply, questions to be aware of, from Ronald E. Civ, OSD, OMC. Multiple individuals, including Mr. Johnson, have applied to attend the military commission at Naval Station at GITMO, NSGB, Cuba. None have been approved for the Hadi al-Iraqi hearing scheduled for August. At this point, the Office of the Secretary of Defense for Public Affairs decides on which media are allowed to cover the military commission's proceedings at NSGB. Please contact me if you have any questions. Thank you. Respectfully, Ronald E. Flesvig, this person you're supposed to comment if you want to go there. This person you're supposed to contact if you want to go there. Public Affairs Director, Office of Military Commissions, Convening Authority, 4800 Mark Center Drive, Suite 11F09-02. What are the odds, Derek? What are the odds that you haven't even been fucking approved to go? You lying piece of shit. From the man himself saying, nope. Tons of people have applied. He's not approved.
Make a name on their own. We got these brown nosers who went and copied 1776 Nation. They can't make a name on their own. They're stalkers. What are the odds that Donald John Trump has stalkers and I'm dealing with them? And what's the odds that some of they're not common names. What's the odds that Donald John Trump has stalkers with these weird names and I got the same stalkers? What's the odds of that? Please tell me, because I'm missing out on Vegas.
Show me the stalkers that you have that also stalk Donald Trump. Get the fuck out of here. You've been a little fucking negative Nancy Karen in a comment box stalking me and stalking Donald Trump's.
Okay, I'm missing out on some money here that I don't make already. The donations, I was told to put donations.
I wouldn't doubt it, K-South.
A long time ago. I didn't even want to do that. And I've never advertised donations. Not once have I said, hey, come donate here. Not once have I ever. You can't find a post where it says, hey, donate here. I put up donations on the website where people can find it if they want to.
Have you ever seen the bumper sticker? It says like my other car is a Porsche. My other whatever. You ever seen those bumper stickers? I don't think bumper stickers are super popular now, but they used to be back in the day. It would say like my other car is a UFO. Just crazy things, yeah. My other car is a gigantic piece of shit. I've seen that one before. Yeah, I mean, just my other car is in the void. My other car, blah, blah, blah. It's a bumper sticker, right? Have you seen those before? Derek Johnson's apparently new album that's coming out. His new album that's coming out. The title of the album is My Other Truck is a Truck. My other truck is a truck. That's his. He says, pre-save my new June release, or my new release coming out June 2nd. Weird that you released your album when you're supposed to be going to GITMO, isn't it? When you told everybody you were going to GITMO? It's weird you release an album, right? My other truck is a truck. My other truck is a truck. Got it. Check 1, 2. Got it.
Nowhere do I have subscriptions. Most of these people out there, these podcasters, have subscriptions. They have all these other things. Where? And why all of a sudden are people grifters because you're telling truth? What is bad with that? So everybody's splitting hairs.
Why is everybody grifters now? You can't tell me he hasn't seen my show or heard from my people calling him a grifter. We have made contact. There's not too many packs of people, okay, that run around the internet finding Q-tards and calling them grifters or grifting pieces of shit, right? It's mostly people that revolve around me. There's not a whole lot of people that do that. But what's wrong with telling the truth, guys? I don't even advertise my donations. Okay, sure, buddy. Sure, you don't advertise your donations. I believe you. I believe you. Thank you for the tier 1 sub to was a gifted sub from Guess Who Farted there to Wisconsin, I think. Yeah, thank you.
And everybody wants to look cool in the comment box. And why? What are we promoting? What are we promoting? Do you really want a better life? Because it don't.
You'd look a lot cooler if you didn't call it the box. Everybody looks cool in the box. You want to be a Karen or a Nancy in the box? You want to be a fucking little silly Mary in the box? Why'd you just call it the comments?
It look like some of you do. It looks like
even the comment section.
Really care less. It looks like you just want to keep wallowing in the same old doo-doo that this nation's been in. I don't get it. I really don't get it. It's not cool.
I know Jordan. I talk to him every once in a while.
What if? I mean, what if something happened to a family member? What if a family member?
What if you and Scott McKay and Phil Godlewski got together, maybe even include Jaco and Charlie and Nicholas Viamenon, and you all got together and decided, hey, we don't really like this Will guy. He's busting our balls all the time. He's smarter than us, clearly. He keeps calling us up. It's getting on our nerves. Why don't we just give him a few $1 million to not say our name anymore? And why don't you just do that? What are the chances?
Came down sick. What if I wanted to stay home with family? What if something happened in real life that freaking matters? What if? I don't get it.
But it didn't. You told everybody you were going June 1st to GITMO. Nothing happened. And now you're like, what if it would have? What if it would have? What if? What if I'd have had an 8-pound, 6-ounce, slimy little placenta-covered baby come out my asshole? What if? What if it was malnourished and I had to stay in one of those little baby incubators for a while? What if that? You don't even think about it anymore.
Why do you care so much? Why are you so hell-bent on tearing somebody down? Why are you so hell-bent on looking right? Why are you so hell-bent on looking all cool? Why are you so hell-bent on this stuff? I don't get it out there. I really don't.
Why are you so hell-bent? Why are you so hell-bent? What if? What if? What if I sprouted wings and I couldn't control them myself and I flew away into the sun? What if?
This is the very reason why
I haven't been able to yell in a while. I did hear my voice squeak once. I'm enjoying it.
Position. I went on a rant, right? Went on a rant because people, it ain't organizations, it's not institutions, it's not infrastructures, it's people who make organizations, institutions, and infrastructures look bad.
It's people. It's people. The institutions never look bad. It's always the people in them.
And look dumb and evil and go vile. It's people.
Don't you dare tell me what to do. Legend!
So at what?
I know exactly how to fuck up my voice on my own, okay? Check. I do honestly wish that you have a very good Memorial weekend. And if you got some time, if you're not doing all the cookout in the water and the boats or whatever, a good pastime that you might enjoy is bowling. And one of the primary focuses of bowling is to stay in your own fucking lane, legend. And I'll stay in my lane, okay? Okay?
At what point are you going to be the change that you want to see? At what point? I really don't get it. It really baffles me. It's frustrating. It really is. It was an awesome moment today.
You guys have not seen the I guarantee you that more than half this audience is watching me right now have not seen the cheese balls or the bag of dicks. I don't know why I said cheese ball. The bag of dicks from the vending machine episode, have you? I had him on a hook then. That was a good one. The fucking the vending machine bag of dicks. That was a good one. I don't even know if I got a copy of it anymore.
To be able to announce that we're going to do a tour, I would have never in my life dreamt that I'd be able to
CB Seaman.
Hey, you know, we're going to do this tour. Everybody's going to be a VIP.
So if you're new here, I like joking around. I like making a joke. I also like tough love. Like I might call you a fucking retard sometimes, but this is just the way I talk to you if I like you. Okay, if I leave you alone and never address you or never hurt your feelings, I probably don't like you. I'm just mean to people that I like and enjoy, and it's just tough love. You just got to shake it off, come back the next day. I don't hold grudges. I forget about shit almost instantly. So like I can call you are you fucking retarded? 1 minute. And then 3 minutes later, you'll leave a comment. I'll be like, that's right. It sounds awesome. Yeah, let's hang out sometime. You just had to get used to it. I apologize. Not really. Fuck you. You're retarded. But you just have to get used to it.
Nobody's going to get a meet and greet. Nobody's going to be singled out. Nobody's going to be sitting here and you're not special. Everybody, we're going to include music in it, a universal language for everybody. I mean, it was supposed to be a special moment. And then look at the Karens in the comment box. And I hope I've got people working. You're going to be blocked. There's no ifs, ands, and buts. You're blocked. You're done. And we're going to block it. We're going to make it to where you're blocked. And any profile, a new profile you make, you're blocked too. So good luck getting your news elsewhere, and good luck when all the crap.
Good luck getting your news anywhere. I'm blocking you. I'm cutting you off. I am cutting you off. You think you're going to get all worked up, hot and bothered, maybe get a half chub coming home from work thinking I'm going to listen to that new Derek Johnson intel and I'm going to fucking blast it up against I'm fixing to load some plaster in this old meat cannon and let her have it. Nope. Cutting you off. Cutting you off. You have to warm up that fake shit with a goddamn hair straightener and go after it. I'm cutting you off.
crap starts really hitting the fan, because the evidence is there. I mean, it's there. The default, all these things I've been telling you for months now. It's all in laws and orders. It's all in executive orders. You can make fun of them all you want. You can say it ain't happening all you want. Go ahead. Go for it.
Wait a second, Melissa. Hold on. I have a Derek stalker after me. He messaged my husband yesterday to tell him I was running a hate page on Facebook about Derek. Holy shit. Yori, here's the problem I see with your parking situation. Yeah, let's get out. Hold on. Let's do a life lesson here, guys. Everybody can learn from this. Give me just a minute. I'll be there. It's loading. Loading. Okay, Yori. Let's say that how big is that? Nah, not that big. That'll work. All right, Yori. Let's say that this is your block. Okay? This is your block in Little Haiti. And then here is another block over here. And here is another block over here. Then let's say that there's cars parked on the block, right? These are the cars parked on the block. Different spaces. Cars parked. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom. But there's a little car. It must be like a motorcycle, maybe a baby carriage. Here's a car. And then nobody's parking here because there's a fire hydrant. Oh, hold on. Nobody can park right on the corner because there's a fire hydrant there, and we don't want to get in trouble. Now, let's say Yori's car is blue, okay? And let's say Yori is able to park right here with Yori's car. Ba-da-da. But it took 6.73 days to find that parking. It's going to look like pays, isn't it? Days to find that parking, okay? It took 6.73 days to find that parking. So what I would do is this. Once I have this spot established and I feel like I'm parked there, I would do this. I would never move car again. Boom. There you go. Now, if you average that over a year, 6 days out of 365 is not a big deal. I would just never move the car again. Never move the car ever again. And I don't understand what the problem is. If we never move the car again, what's the problem? Okay? In fact, if you don't want to move the car ever again, you could sell the car and possibly the spot. And you never have to worry about parking again. Huh? Huh? What do you think? Just trying to help you out here. What do you think? I have to move or I get tickets. Sell the car. Leave the state. Never again.
Heart, go for it. Make your dumb comments in the comment box. You're going to get blocked because I didn't come out for this. A video went viral. I'm doing God's work.
So one day you had to be parked on one side, the next day you had to be parked on the next side. What about, have you thought about taking it apart and moving it into your house? One piece at a time, then reassembling it? Not a bad idea.
God.
Have you thought about fighting four black youths over a city bike? I hear that's working out good for some people. You can keep it for up to 45 minutes before they start charging you if you got a pass.
Said, he called me. I said, okay, I'll go. I'll do your work. Okay.
God told him to go to GITMO.
I'd be in politics
Got it.
whatsoever.
You're not in politics. You're far from politics. Listen to this motherfucker.
because I didn't come out for this. A video went viral. I'm doing God's work. God said, he called me. I said, okay, I'll go. I'll do your work. Okay. I never dreamt that
If this is what happens when God calls you, I'm going to push the fuck you button. He can hit my full voicemail inbox. We're sorry, but the person you're trying to reach has a voicemail inbox that is currently full. Please try your call again later.
I be in politics whatsoever. It's been a true testament of faith. It's been a true testament of mind battle. It's been a true testament with all these brown nosers out there, like speaking of which, the 1776 nation.
All these brown nosers, like this guy who somebody stole my 1776 nation and filed for copyright and took it from brown nosers. By the way, Melissa, don't feel bad. People message my wife. Well, at least she participates. Like, she's in the chat and she talks shit or whatever. But people message my wife all the time trying to tell that she should tell me something. Like, she's fucking in charge. She knows she's not.
The brown nosers, they can't make a name on their own. They have stalked me. They have shown up at events. I didn't have them arrested. Didn't do anything to them. All right, they're defending my character.
Wait. You can't have them arrested for showing up at your public event, you retard. What are you having them arrested for? Looking at you? Talking to you? Recording you? What would you have them arrested for? You can't just have somebody arrested for showing up.
Box and share this website that they have out there of mind battle. It's been a true testament with all these brown nosers out there, like speaking of which, the 1776.
He's one of the worst. I agree. Everybody can't stand. I know a lot of people hate Phil. I know a lot of people hate Scott and hate these other people. He's one of the worst to, like, his arrogance, his arrogance and the way he thinks he knows everything and the way he talks to his own audience. Like, at least Phil still pretends most of the time. He has said some fucked up shit to his audience, but most of the time he still pretends like he's playing along. Derek just pretends like he's too goddamn smart, and if you can't keep up with him, you need to learn laws and orders. He's hard to listen to. I understand why a lot of people fucking hate him.
Nation, the brown nosers, they can't make a name on their own. They have stalked me. They have shown up at events. I didn't have them arrested. Didn't do anything to them. All right, they're defaming my character. We got people who get in the comment box and share this website that they have out there. All right, it's got nothing but defamation of character, slander, and libel.
They got a website out there. It's got nothing but defamation of character. Nothing but defamation of character. Nothing. Nothing but. Who is this guy? Who is this guy? Look at this guy down there. Who is this? Who is this guy? That's a battle-hardened soldier. Look at that 1,000-yard stare. Who is this guy? Who's that guy? Who is this guy? Look at this. Sleep like a baby. Look at this guy. Look at this guy over here. Looks like he's going to wear your skin home tonight. Look at this guy. Who is this guy? Who is that guy? This belt buckle I bought. I've never rode rodeo or anything. I just bought it with my name on it because I was born. Who's this guy? Who are these guys? Oh my, what a fucking douchebag.
False information on my life. People who claim they know me, don't know me, don't know. All right, it's got nothing but defamation of character, slander, and libel. False information on my life. People who claim they know me, don't know anything about me. All right, it's real simple. And, it's been hurtful for my family, my actual family, my real family, okay, family that I actually grew up with, not ones I didn't grow up with. All right, it's been difficult for a mother who...
There you go. Families I actually grew up with, not ones I didn't with, calling his brother out because his brother calls him a fucking liar. His sister-in-law calls him a fucking liar. They know his... Even if you want to say we had rough time, they know your background, dude. I don't always get along with my fucking sisters. But they know, like, when I was in the military, they know that I served. They know what I've done other places and did and where I worked and went and tried and failed and accomplished and everything else.
loves me and prays for me. It's been very hard for her because she wants me to look professional, but at the same time, she's a mother and understands this is not cool. It's not cool for people to do this. All right, put yourself in that position. How about you be a mother for a change? How about you put yourself in the actual position you're in? How about that? Because it ain't politics we're trying.
How about you be a mother for a change?
Here, right?
Anything else?
Change. We're trying to show people how our nation was founded. And we get brown nosers over here. We get brown nosers, right? They can't make a name on their own. So
I don't think he understands what brown nosers are. Brown nosers would be someone that are ass kissers, right? They kiss your ass so hard they get brown shit on their nose. Brown nosers are someone who's trying to kiss your ass. No one here is trying to kiss your ass. No one here is trying to kiss your ass, my man.
they got a steal. They got hit with a cease and desist. They didn't like it. They retaliated, okay? And they did something that's really stupid, really stupid. And I'm Mr. Law and Order, and it ain't going to be pretty. They ain't going to like what's coming next, okay? So
oh, no. He's going to Law and Order them. I'm Mr. Law and Order. I'm going to do it. I'm Mr. Law and Order.
Right, and all I have to do at any one time is to show my DD-214. All I have to do at any
you show it. Show years in service. Show pull a Jeff B and show us days of foreign service. I know what that one is. 0. Show us the Obama army soldiers who tortured you.
One time is to show all this documentation, my bank statements. All I have to do is show their records. Oh, we have their records too. Ooh, and some of them are criminals. All right.
Who's... Look, this seatbelt violation. Will Bird's being, Phil Godlewski told me Will Bird's being investigated by the DEA. Okay. Come get it.
All we have to do at one time is just retaliate and be what we don't want to be, right? That's not what we're supposed to be. We're not supposed to be someone that says, well, here's your record. Here it is right here. But I could if I wanted to. But all that does is what? Just lights more their hatred. And that's what Democrats and liberals do. They start while you're trying to put one fire out, they're over here starting 10.
There you go. Everybody's a Democrat or a liberal if they don't agree with Derek. You got to be either a Democrat or a liberal. Who cares? I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck how you vote. Let's get down to the fucking truth instead of just making shit up. How about that? How about that's where we start? I don't give a fuck if you're a Democrat or liberal or progressive or whatever, which our liberals are a lot less than like internet liberals. I don't know if you guys know that, but it is what it is, I guess. This guy's wild. This guy's fucking wild. What a piece of shit, dude.
When you say stuff about, oh, well, you announced a tour, which was supposed to be a big moment for my family and I, a big moment for all of us. We put out a filler out there just to get a taste of who would come.
It's not supposed to be a big moment to go on a grifting tour. Why would that be a big moment? You said that you never planned to go viral. You never knew any of this had happened, blah, blah, blah. What do you mean you've been thinking this your whole life is a big moment? But you didn't know about any of it was coming. What the fuck? Retaliate, that's right.
We didn't say for sure yet. We just said, hey, we've been thinking about doing one day in Fort Worth, Texas on July 1st. How would you think, would you come? How many people? Show of hands, show in the comment box or show in the email box. And we received thousands of emails today, so thank you for those. Thank you for the positive comments. But, it's the negative comments that we're trying, like, if Jesus was walking here, if Jesus came back to earth, he wouldn't be walking with patriots. He wouldn't be walking with Christians. He'd be walking with heathens, prostitutes, drunkards.
Okay.
things like that. Those are the people we're trying to pull over. So if this ain't focused on the trolls. Now, sometimes trolls have to be called out, like the brown nosers, like the copycatters, because they can't.
Did you hear what he just said? This is a full-grown adult, a guy that claims to be a famous country musician. I may have laughed over it or talked over it. Listen what this motherfucker just said. What did he says? The brown nosers and the...
Those are the people we're trying to pull over. So if this ain't focused on the trolls. Now, sometimes trolls have to be called out, like the brown nosers, like the copycatters, because they can't.
The copycatters. Sometimes you got to call out the copycatters. They're just over here copying the cats, and they're copycatters. They're copycatters, and they're Indian givers. Oh.
They make a name on their own, right? And then how do they have 2,000 followers?
Just remember, guys, all this entertainment, like you might pay for a cable package. You might have a Netflix or Disney Plus or Amazon Prime or whatever subscription. This is free. All of this is put out there, and you're supposed to consume it, and it's free. It's the best fucking entertainment I've had in the 34 years I've been alive.
Followers, right? How do people not see that? Brown nosers, like the copycatters, because they can't make a name on their own, right? And then how do they have 2,000 followers, right? How do people not see that? And then defamation of character, slander, libel, and all the things they're doing, right? And all I have to do is show the deep. Once again, here's my records. Clean records in civilian, clean records in military. Ooh, honorably retired. Look at there. How do you retire with only one stint in service?
Less than. What you do is you feign an injury. That probably shows up on like an MRI that there's been some slight damage somewhere, but you feign that to the maximum. Like you can't train, you can't walk, you can't move, can't stand for 20 minutes, have to have a cane. And even when people come to you and say, come on, man, you can do this, you can train. You're like, nope. And they're like, really? You're going to be like this, like a disgrace to the uniform, a piece of shit, sick call ranger. You're going to keep pushing this injury. And then eventually you'll get mad boarded out.
Well, here's how you do it, because the Army retired me, not the VA. It's the Army who did this. So you got a problem with that, you might want to take it up with the Army. I mean, they did it.
The VA don't retire you, but you feigned an injury and then pushed it to the limits. So, like when Derek writes in his papers that he was called like a disgrace to the uniform and a piece of shit soldier, and that those things really get said. You can ask people, like people who refuse to train, people who feign an injury, people who threaten they're going to unalive themselves, like in basic training or AIT. Those things get said, and the reason they get said is because those people are trying to manipulate the system. Okay, they sign a contract, and now you want to fucking fake an injury and lay around until someone med boards you out? You are a shitbag. You are a disgrace to the uniform. You sign a contract. Be a man and fulfill that contract. Goddamn, some of us actually had to go overseas and do something, motherfucker, to finish our contract.
All right. And then why do you even care? Why is that such a big deal? All right.
Because you call out other veterans and tell them that if they don't believe, you told me when I watched your fucking video, you told me that I was a disgrace to my uniform, the flag I served under, and the country I served for, because I don't believe that Donald Trump's still the secret commander-in-chief and pulling all the strings. So if you can say that about me and my brothers in arms, we can damn sure say some shit about you limping around until you get a fucking med board, you fucking puckered up piece of shit. Look at his mouth. He's got such a punchable face in a video game.
How does how long I serve have to do with my brain? It has nothing to do with that. There's plenty of people who serve 20, 30 years that they don't have a clue what's going on.
Sure.
That's even worse. That's more of an atrocity. And why?
You're just making up what's going on, so might as well be you the person who's got it down pat.
Why does that matter? And then, showing the DD-214, first off, that's a HIPAA violation. When you ask me anything about my medical, boom, I can take you to court.
A DD-214 is not a HIPAA violation. Asking someone something about their medical, he cannot take you to court. Holy fuck. Is the dumbest fuck. The people who fall under HIPAA are medical professionals. People who have your medical records. If I said Derek Johnson has an x-ray that shows nothing wrong with him, and here it is, and Googled an image of an x-ray and showed it, that's still not... the only people who could violate HIPAA are people that work in that field and have access to your medical records. Asking how long's your dick? Is it an innie or an outie, Derek? Is not a what the fuck is wrong with these people? It's called the Health Insurance Portability and Accountability Act. HIPAA. You have to be a worker in that field. I can ask you whatever the fuck I want to about your medical history. As soon as you ask me for my DD-214, boop, I can take you to court. No, you can't. You're a douchebag. No wonder no one liked you in the military.
And why does that matter? And then, showing the DD-214, first off, that's a HIPAA violation. When you ask me anything about my medical, boom, I can take it.
Showing your DD-214 doesn't have shit to do with your medical records. This is the dumbest fucking thing. God damn. This got him. So HIPAA basically has like three, I think it's like the 3 golden rules or whatever. They used to teach this. They teach it differently now, but it was basically PHI, which is protected health information, can only be accessed by authorized individuals or participants or whatever you want to call them. Patients have access to copies of their personal records upon request, and covered entities safeguard your private health information reasonably, physically, through administrative tactics and technical measures. That's basically it. They used to call it the 3 golden rules of HIPAA. I don't think they teach it like that anymore, but that's what they used to call it. And if there's any type of breach or issue or something, they need to report that in a timely manner. This has to do with your doctor, your health insurance, anybody that deals with your health, your private health information. So you're like your health records, right? Anybody who deals with that, they're not allowed to just give it out or discuss it or whatever. It can get so granular as like your doctor goes out to like the coffee pot and sees a nurse that's not your nurse, that's not working for you, and says something, sure. But mostly we're talking about like corporations leaking your information or sharing your information or someone getting it on a background check or something crazy like that. That's mostly what we're talking about. DD-214 has nothing to do with that. It says day you enter service, day you left service, where you entered from, where you left from, where you served, duty stations, all your training. It's your military history. Fucking retards.
Court. If I wanted to, I could claim all kinds of things, take you to court.
Please.
And then
please take me. Derek. I want to see your DD-214, and I think you should show it. Please take me to court for HIPAA violations. For the love of God, please.
14. First off, that's a HIPAA violation. When you ask me anything about my medical, boom, I could take you to court. If I wanted to, I could claim all kinds of things, take you to court.
Derek, no, Johnson.
The Guantanamo situation, which I've got the full right here. Well, I'm looking at it right here in my email. Here's my travel, departure, arrival timings, identification for travel, flight considerations, lodging, making NGIS reservations.
This is all included on the website when it's like under the travel thing I was reading earlier. All that is all this is included on the all this is included on the website. Like, he's not looking at anything fucking special. I mean, like it's all listed. It's how you travel to Gitmo. If you're a the only reason he's getting basically what he's trying to do is get to go as any other reporter would go. But a lot of reporters don't get to go. They have the reporters they prefer. They have reporters that should be there. They have like well-known reporters. There's limited space on these things. I don't think he's going to get to go, to be honest with you.
Call cell service. T-Mobile is the only cellular service provider on the island. We recommend that you get a SIM card to use. You won't have comms and data without Wi-Fi. Media Operations Center. Transportations while on Gitmo. The cafe menu. Here's the cafe that they have. Medevac. You may want to consider medical evacuation insurance, since it can be quite costly if you have to be flown off the island for medical emergency, sometimes upwards of $30,000.
Oh my God, shut up.
Insurance provider, and you can learn more about through this link here. Look at there, https://guantanamo.tricare.mil. To Derek Johnson, Lieutenant Commander, Office of Military Commissions, office number, cell phone number. And there's my correspondent in here. Imagine that. What if I just all of a sudden just posted that? There it is. Here's my correspondence. Here's all our emails, and I just block out their email names and everything where you can't obviously email them, because that's what some dumb idiots would try to do. And such as this professional out there, this
guy's an idiot. Well, I mean, what if I posted? First of all, there's nothing secret. He could post all of that. It's the same thing they have with all reporters. Okay. Someone literally just posted one that I showed you that said Derek has requested to come, but at this point, he's not been approved. I just showed you one of those, and there would be no issue with posting that whatsoever. There is no issue with posting that whatsoever. So I don't know what you're mad about, but it'd be quite easy just to post a motherfucker because someone's already done it. There's nothing secret there. There's nothing that nobody can. What if I just put this out there, kind of like that guy that don't like me that does the other things from the Space Force? What if I was just like that guy? Like, here's literally an email from the same guy you're talking to, you idiot, or you should be talking to, which would be Ronald Flesvig, that says multiple individuals, including Mr. Johnson, have applied to attend the military commissions at Naval Station Gitmo. None have been approved for the Hadi al-Iraqi hearings scheduled for August. None have been approved. None. You're not approved, you idiot. What if I just post in that? What if I just put that out there like the guy who works for the Space Force? You mean somebody that's honest and just put out the receipts?
And such as this professional out there, this professional podcaster who's supposed to be Mr. Professional, who went and told the whole world and put emails up that everybody can go because he's so butthurt because he had somebody call him out way about 9 months ago, and he can't handle it and he's butthurt because why?
Oh, I don't know who he's talking about. What podcaster called him out? I thought he was going to go into about the Space Force, Chuck. What podcaster called him out and put up emails saying that anybody could go or whatever? I'm not sure. If you guys know in the chat, let me know. You know that guy he always appears with called Ultra Trump the Destroyer? Ultra Trump the Destroyer? He's on his show all the time. They act like they're best fucking friends. That guy reached out to me. I wonder if I still have his DM. Hold on. Damn it, I don't think I do. I wonder if I go to, hold on. He reached out to me and he's like, hey, I appreciate you calling out these guys like this. We would probably get along together. Maybe we should start working together. Of course, I would have to thoroughly go through your background or some stupid shit like that. I never responded. Like he wanted to reach out to me and team up with me. Gotcha. Sure. Yeah, man, we gotcha. Sure, no problem. Fucking retards. Dude, now he's best friends with Derek Johnson. Best friends running around with Derek Johnson. Got it.
I provide people with receipts that I didn't write, I didn't pass. I can interpret it. You don't have to be a veteran to know what's going on. You don't have to be a lawyer to know what's going on. You just have to have your brain and be able to use it. And this is the very thing that we're trying to prevent right here.
I think the problem is you're using it. I think that's the problem. You're not using it. You must have one because you're doing shit like breathing, and knowing when to go to sleep, and you're communicating through some form of verbal communication here. But I don't think you're using it correctly. I think you're using it. Jim Harold and Jack Payne. Okay. John Harold and Jack Payne. Do they work together or they're two different podcasters? So this is the website he said to go to if you need to be meta-lifted or medevaced out of. It's Guantanamo.tricare.mil. You want some medevac treatment? Derek Johnson doesn't have fucking Tricare. I don't know if they would sell this to fucking civilians. I would very seriously doubt it, but there you go. That's the website he said to go to. There's where he's not fucking invited. What a douche, dude. God damn. It's killing me.
I didn't start this page for people to get in the comment box and argue with each other.
I gotcha.
The most beautiful thing that I've ever seen on here is when people are helping each other in the comment box, directing them to answers, or trying to help people understand what I'm posting, because I have so much time, only so much time in a day that I can correspond with people. My own family has had to sacrifice my phone calls and text messages because I'm on the road, because I'm trying to grow this thing where we can...
My family had to do this for us.
Reach more people. Why? Why does it matter? Because
why?
How many people whine, gripe, fuss, complain, and try to debate and argue, and they do nothing about it? None of those things, none of those together solve anything.
Okay.
But our government is a system that was made by man.
You think?
We can fix that because it's a man-made system. All right? Man built...
Wait a second. Are we changing it, or is it already fixed and already written back, and it already started years ago, and it's already taken care of? We don't have to worry about it, right? Which one's which? This seems this seems very strange now. Badlands Media. Wonder when he called him out. One day ago, Friday at 10, Badlands Daily. Oh, it's got fucking CanCon in it? I know CanCon. I've been on his show before. This was on the 26th is when he put out this video. Kenny Florian, Badlands Daily 5/26/23. I wonder if this has anything to do with it in here. Let me check the comments. Yeah, I was on CanCon's show back in the day. I didn't really fit in, but I was there. He was friends with him and Sage were kind of like friends, but I didn't realize how QAnon adjacent he was, so I just went on. But he was on Zach and John's show too. From Red Pill 78. Baseless conspiracies. Yeah, I know. I've watched him. I've watched him a few times. I mean, that's his girlfriend in the chat there. Which, do you know what episode it was? I'll share it in the debunking group. Okay. They've had 120, 23 hours ago. Badlands Daily. Oh, I see it. It's Badlands Daily too that's, how did I get back to Badlands Media? That's not where I was trying to go. Oh, I see what I did. Never mind. That was where I was trying to go. Baseless conspiracies on, that was from 4 days ago, maybe. When was the most recent baseless conspiracies? I'm just looking for it on Rumble right now. Hold on just a second. Here we go.
So we can change it. And that's what's been taking place. And I get it. I got an email today about, oh, you ought to debate somebody. They're saying this, this, and this. I don't care what they're saying.
You ain't going to debate nobody, bro. Nobody.
What are you reading? And what are you putting and applying to your life? And if you're not going to read what the receipts are, .gov and .mil sites of how our government actually operates and where the line was drawn in the sand. This is not just another 4-year operation that you saw or president. And the 4 years that you're looking right now, which we're not.
The most recent baseless conspiracies was episode 33 with John and Zach. You tagged me. I'll check on my phone. I stay in my business account on the show account or whatever on here.
In the 4th year, most people can go, just don't feel right. Something don't look right. Why does it look this way? Because there's a plan at stake. And it tells you back here in the federal continuity directives, there's 2 powers in the U.S., federal government, the military. There's plenty of evidence to show in the federal continuity directives that we're in a continuity government. So then you got to figure out, well, what the heck is a continuity government? Oh, look at here. The definition of a COG on a .gov site. It says that's where a president has a presidential policy directive in place to keep the federal government doing its essential functions, national essential functions. All right. And the FCD1, January 17, 2017. Look at there. It says right here. It says,
it says right here, guys. Right here is where it says it. Just look.
And you start with this one. Wow. It tells you right in there. People ask all the time about the Law of War Manual. People say, well, how do you know it says it?
Eli's a big fan of Ken Con, sure.
The first couple of pages.
I think he's back with Sage, too.
You know when you're reading or not. So it's the same
friendly.
About this Guantanamo Bay situation. It's one day is this event that we're doing in Texas. How do you know that I wasn't going down there and coming back?
Oh, that's what they got mad about, is he planned an event in Texas in June, and he was supposed to be in Gitmo for the month of June. I see now why that's where the hissy fit started. That makes sense. That makes a lot more sense, bro. For sure.
I was going in the first place.
Boy, vey. Time to jax it out of that motherfucker, huh?
I mean, why do you get in the comment box and look? Why? I mean, it really baffles me. And what's more an atrocity, and it's going to be more egg on everybody's face.
Here we go. This says, thank you for tagging me in it, Melissa. I do have it. Thank you. I was looking in the exposed Derek Johnson group, but you meant in our group. I got you, the debunking crew. Okay, let's try this. Sorry, give me just a second to catch up here. Ba, 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 ba. Hold on. Oh, he is not very happy, is he? He is not happy. Hold on. Latest. It'd be the last couple of days. He said Marines, not Gitmo. He said he was at Gitmo. I'm not a regular follower, so I don't know any about any lying. I don't know what that is, but I want to check in a second. Let's tell people how you aren't going to Gitmo and you're not even approved. But approved yet. It's for the 9/11 Commission, not your lying fantasy for donations. That's right. Some people are calling him out. Berger is not the commandant of Gitmo. Stop telling lies. Oh my God, he didn't say that, did he? This guy, dude, this guy. What the fuck is wrong with him? The more you know, guys. Oh, the more you know. This guy's wild. This guy's wild. I don't even know. There it is. Won't you be busy in June when you do your reporting on military tribunals at Gitmo? Now that will be something to watch. He's announcing his tour dates. Oh, no. Oh, no. It's getting worse the more I read, guys. I'm going to be fixing to share some with you. Hold on just a second. Oh, no. There it is.
Their audience and followers. Someone is telling their audience and followers that they have a press pass to Guantanamo Bay this summer, and they're using it as some type of proof that they have access that other people can't get. And I feel like that's kind
of... Oh, thank you, Red Pill Girlfriend. I'm sorry. I wasn't looking at chat at the same time, but thank you.
Disingenuous. The only access that you need to get a press pass at Guantanamo Bay as a member of the media is just a little bit of legwork, old-fashioned elbow grease. Doing your own research.
This is
so like I'm pretty sure that even me and you could, you know how First Amendment auditors say that I'm part of the free press. You can't tell me I'm not. The population is the free press. I'm pretty sure you could cause enough fuss to even get one without working for any person with call signs. That's what I said earlier. Now, call signs are going to make it more official looking and probably give you a better chance. But you got to be somebody probably pretty important to get. I mean, they're sending like people they know that come down there every week for CNN or NBC or whatever. Like these are positions that are already held. They're not going to let fucking Derek Johnson from KWRTF, the voice of Oklahoma. Like they're not going to let his ass down there. Patriot Pride in Oklahoma.
This is the military website.
And
This is a public-facing military website that gives you all of the schedules and the times.
That's what we were just on.
The court logs for who is going to be on trial at Guantanamo Bay. Now,
and anybody can get a press pass?
Yes, that's
No, a call sign or call letters. Call letters like a WJHL or the news station, right? You have news like TV letters, and then you have radio letters, like a news station or a radio station or whatever, TV station.
That's my point. Anybody can get a press pass. And if you click right here, well, first, let me share the website. Let me share the website so everybody at home can go ahead and try this as well. And you can get yourself a Guantanamo Bay media pass.
So he's going to go back we got to go back to this and watch the rest of it. Red Pill girlfriend said it was the 33-minute timestamp. Let me make sure this is the right
How to escape the
episode, though.
heat if you don't have an air conditioner. This only takes 5 minutes.
Oh, 23.
Tired of hot and stuck?
Using it as some type of proof that they have access that other people can't get. And I feel like that's kind of disingenuous. The only access that you need to get a press pass at Guantanamo Bay as a member of the media,
send Will to GITMO.
is just a little bit of legwork, old-fashioned elbow grease, doing your own research.
This is the military website, and
this is a public-facing military website that gives you all of the schedules and
Zach
the times
and
the court logs for who is going to be on trial at Guantanamo Bay. Now,
anybody can get a press pass?
Yes, that's my.
I guess I didn't realize all these people were under the umbrella of Badlands Media. I've seen episodes of theirs, but maybe somebody just sent me the direct link and I didn't pay attention. I don't know.
Pass. And if you click right here, well, first let me share the website. Let me share the website so everybody at home can go ahead and try this as well, and you can get yourself a Guantanamo Bay media pass.
Yeah, and reporters were already raising hell because the observation areas were very small. There's never enough people. You know, they have to basically let some people in there to make sure that we're not like just torturing people or just saying they're guilty without a fair trial. You know, they have to have lawyers represent them. They have to have interpreters there. They have to have certain witnesses there, and they have a press pool there as well, and victims too. Like victims can ask to attend or whatever. You're personally hurt or a widow of a personal attack or whatever. But they're not huge. It's not like it's like a regular courtroom where you can sit hundreds of people. It's like off to the side. Usually, a lot of times it's behind one-way mirrors and it's like off to the side, and it is what it is. Or it's just off the courtroom and you're still watching it through TV, even though you're there on site. You're watching it through a little TV, but
news media resources.
It depends on which courtroom you're in.
And then you're going to click. Hang on just a second.
You know, anybody can print a press pass, right? Like I have one. I have one with my name on it. From when we were doing a lot of the protest stuff. Like I actually went out, I've wore it places before and been like, oh, I'm part of, CBC, whatever, CBC Media, blah, blah, blah. I have one around here somewhere. Like anybody can print a press pass, and just being an American citizen, you're basically part of the free press.
You changed it.
What?
There was a spot in here earlier.
Link.
I already did. Here, okay, well, there was a spot, news and media resources. Hold on, let me see if I get there through a different way. Yes. Okay. Sorry. They changed the location of the of the press request. So this page right here will allow you to request.
That's the one I was reading earlier.
Can you zoom in on this a little bit?
Yes.
Yeah, you got to be careful. You can't be CBC like
right
Canadian
here.
Broadcasting.
This is your point of contact.
I usually include.
Commander.
I think mine says CBC Media Group or something like that. So it's not actually the CBC from
Adam
Canada.
Cole. He's also a point of contact. Now, Ron, I've actually spoken with. Okay, I have had email contact with him, and I've spoken with him on the phone. Anyone who is a member of the media and wishes to travel to Guantanamo Bay, Cuba, to observe a commission proceeding must travel through the Department of Defense, Office of the Assistant Secretary of Defense for Public Affairs. The Office of Military Commissions does not coordinate either group or individual media travel to Guantanamo Bay, Cuba. So media wishing to contact that office can get a hold of Ron or Lieutenant Commander Adam Cole. And when you do that, I'm certain you're going to have to fill out a background report, something like that. and you give them all your information, and they tell you that you can go from this time to this time. Now you have to get yourself down there. You've got to arrange the travel. I actually, back in 2018, arranged to get myself a press pass for Guantanamo Bay. No. I had hoped that I'd be able to go down there and actually, report on this stuff in real time. But here's the thing, it's quite a trip to get down there. And you also have to commit to being gone for quite some time, and the costs that are associated with it, it just wasn't feasible for me. So I couldn't do it. No, I'm not going to go to GITMO, guys. But the reason I know about this, John, is because there's another group called Seavine, and they've been reporting on the ongoing trials at Guantanamo Bay for years now, since at least 2018, if not earlier. And, if you want to look in here and see who's actually on trial, you'll find that these are like leftover Middle Eastern men from 9/11. If there is any other specific tribunals happening, it won't be listed. You won't see classified stuff. And I truly don't believe that anybody who has a podcast or an account on Twitter is going to be getting special access.
Exactly.
Special military.
Even if this stuff was going on, somewhere, the likelihood that just Derek Johnson would have some type of connection to it, what the fuck? Why?
Tribunals at Guantanamo Bay, because if they did, and then they went and told their audience about it, they would immediately lose that access because that information is not public. They don't want that information out there. So this is just a cautionary tale to do a little bit of research and to perhaps just be careful who you trust, because I've seen a lot of people pointing to this as evidence of some special access when it's not.
There's not many detainees.
I was able to achieve it, and I'm not a military person.
Trump tried to send them off to other countries. No one wants these guys because basically, like, you can do the death penalty if their crime is high enough, but basically you're just going to be housing them forever, and it always makes you a target. It always makes your country basically like up for grabs, if you got foreign people, like U.S. citizens that may go to a foreign country, they always have to be worried about being kidnapped in exchange for a prisoner. Plus, you have to house them, feed them, clothe them forever, and not do any human rights violations that somebody can report. Nobody even wants their criminals back. Like, we've got some criminals that didn't do shit to us. They did shit to like France, and France doesn't want them. They don't want to house them. They don't want the deal. They don't want none of this.
Security clearance, and I was just a member of the media. Anybody who's a member of the media can go.
Yep, they have a little sheet here. Let me share this. They like their guidance on it.
Oh my God, there's the application.
The Department of Defense seeks to facilitate media access to the maximum extent possible in an effort to encourage open reporting and promote transparency while protecting operational national security.
So these guys covered it. That's what Derek's upset about. Good job, guys. This is from Baseless Conspiracies, episode 33. You can find it on Badlands Media Channel on Rumble. Badlands Media Channel on Rumble. I've watched a few of their shows before. I didn't realize it was Badlands Media. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe I did that. But here's a bunch of people calling him out. Yeah, I can't wait to see him go to Gitmo. Let's see how that buffs out live out. Do you know anyone can get invited and get a press pass? It's pretty easy. Let's see what some of these are. Sorry. What is this in response to? Oh, Derek Johnson. Explain to the people why the Capitol building had different lamps and the POW flag on January 20th, 2021, and why was the James S. Brady press room rebuilt? Oh my God, look, different lamps. There's no possible way they could upgrade the lamps or clean them or pressure wash it or nothing like that, right? Nope, can't do it. That's a green lamp. It's a green lamp. That's the green lamp. That's a clean lamp. Yeah, I can't wait to see him go to Gitmo. This should be fun, dude. Twitter's having it out with him. Twitter's not going to keep up with his bullshit. Well, there is proof that the planes are flying to Gitmo. We watch it all day long. No, they aren't. Government officials wouldn't even go to Gitmo. We are not in a war zone. They are civilian. They are not civilians or other foreign government actors in a war zone. Shows how incompetent all of you are. By all means, keep feeding your bullshit and telling people lies. Three branches of government and our checks and balances don't matter. That Trump can magically make himself CIC in direct defiance of the Constitution, and that you're going to Gitmo to watch Americans get executed. He shares Gitmo flight information because he's an idiot. Those are restocking, resupply, and troop rotations. They do that all the time. Derek, this is Danny from Weston. We met again in Naples this weekend. How many flights to and from Gitmo was standard average before all this started? That would be a great measurement indicator. Perhaps the law of war manual, continuity of government directives supporting USCs and EOs, 1 million troops to active duty, increased traffic to Gitmo is very real. Maybe research those things with Derek Johnson. Shut the fuck up. Why don't you prove to everyone that you'll be reporting at Gitmo for tribunals? I've yet to see any evidence of this. Wow, a lot of cabal, deep state, and non-Gitmo call signs lately. DJ posts pics of planes going in and out of Gitmo, which seems more than is needed for that base. Shut the fuck up. How would you know how many planes it takes to support a base in Cuba? Thought you had press passes for Gitmo and tribunals that were happening in June and July. This is the one I liked. Ladies and gents, let's see a show of comments or emails to my1776nation@gmail.com. By the way, that's a very handy email. He was just talking earlier about there's been somebody that keeps asking me to debate this guy. Why would I debate him? Well, there's the email to send Derek Johnson and ask him why he won't debate Will Byrd from Cold Beer Confessional. Why won't you debate Will Byrd from coldbeer.live? Why won't you debate Will Byrd from coldbeer.fun? Why won't you debate Will Byrd from CBC? The Meat Hammer Militia is waiting. That'd be a good place to push it through. He's already complaining about it. Who will come to Fort Worth, Texas, July 1st, Saturday for the Derek Johnson Mic Drop Tour kickoff. P.S. Everyone, it's starting in Fort Worth. I bet you it is with Scott McKay. Everyone is VIP with meet and greets, 100%. And someone said, thought you had press passes for Gitmo tribunals that were happening in June and July. Very good call. He can't have a tour while he's also supposed to be in Gitmo. I'm checking on airfare now. Fuck this dude. I live in Tennessee. If I was in Texas, I would come, though. Fuck this guy. He's such a piece of shit, dude. Anyways, make sure you email Derek Johnson asking why he doesn't want to debate these laws and orders. There's his email. Let me play the rest of this video or some more of this video. Someone said he says in here that donations have kind of dried up.
As a veteran, all these veterans out there that you still are telling your friends and family this ain't happening. You know that old saying, it's better to remain silent and be...
That sounds about right. That sounds about right, Red Pill. The people that told me that he's responded to him, he usually ignores most people saying, why don't you debate Will Byrd? But the few times he's responded has been very hostile. He doesn't want to debate anybody. He doesn't want to talk to anybody that doesn't agree with him 100%. He tried to make it out like he was amazed that the guy on the radio had pushed back against him when the guy cut him off short and called him an idiot.
Thought a fool and to open one's mouth and remove all doubt. You, of all people, you might want to think about that oath that you took. It specifically says, I do solemnly swear to support and defend the Constitution. It doesn't say the president first. It says the Constitution.
But what you're doing goes blatantly, what you're advocating for goes blatantly against the Constitution. Nowhere in the Constitution does it say the president who lost can be the commander-in-chief and the other one can be the president day-to-day of the corporation as an actor and a lizard person. Like,
Constitution. You might want to know what the Constitution says, because the Military Justice Act of 2016, the United States Supreme Court, just the U.S. Supreme Court, only them, that they wrote this in 2016, but it didn't pass until the 2017 National Defense Authorization Act when they were in COG. So, see, a COG, continuity of government, means all three branches of government. You know, the three branches that 75% of Americans can't name. Just simply name them. But they want to argue, debate, yell, gripe, fuss, cuss, argue. And they want to
Red Bull.
comment box and look cool and get their little laughy face.
Throw a buck at them.
I got 5 laughs on my funny comment. Ha 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 ha.
I think he's mad because he doesn't really do humor. He's like, we need to get the copycatters. Somebody bring me my inhaler. And do you have a pocket protector? I'd hate to get ink on my shirt.
Those people, the three branches of government, you know what that means? That means that, yes, Congress knows what's going on. Yes, the courts know what's going on. And yes, the executive branch, the president, the vice president, and the cabinet, they know what's going on. Because it's called a continuity of government for a reason. Time only moves forward in the first place, right? So time moves forward. So why do we need something called a continuity of government? If time moves forward, that means government is already in continuity moving forward. No, it's called a continuity of government because there's an operation going on.
Is this guy this fucking dumb? Continuity has nothing to do with there's a government already in place. It has nothing to do with an operation. Continuity is keeping something consistent or a consistent existence over a period of time. So continuity would mean if the president dies, if all of Washington blows up, we have a continual continuity, a continual chain of command that keeps it in continuity. Listen to this. Listen how fucking stupid this is. We already have a government. Why does it need to be a government in the future?
Or that means government is already in continuity. What's going on? And yes, the executive branch, the president, the vice president, and the cabinet, they know what's going on because it's called a continuity government for a reason. Time only moves forward in the first place, right? So
time only moves forward in the first place. So he thinks that continuity either has to mean that there's a secret military operation going on, or the people who came up with continuity of government thought for some reason we might go back in time a little bit and everybody would panic. The fuck?
President, the vice president, and the cabinet, they know what's going on because it's called a continuity government for a reason. Time only moves forward in the first place, right? So time moves forward. So why do we need something called a continuity government? If time moves forward, that means government is already in continuity moving forward. No, it's called a continuity government because there's an operation going on. So there's two powers, all right?
You could also say like a continuous chain of command or a continuity chain of command. Continuity means that we're going to keep it continuously the same, or at least some type of same structure over a period of time, or it exists unbroken. Continuity. He's thinking of continuity as if like you would say, okay, here's a continuity mistake in this movie. When they cut to this camera, she had a drink in her hand, but when they cut in this camera, she didn't. That's a continuity error. Like, this motherfucker's looking for Easter eggs.
Federal government, military. When the federal government is under a continuity government, that means all three branches of government are powerless. That means the Constitution is on pause. That's
what?
All three. So there's two powers, all right, federal government. Or that means government is already in continuity moving forward. No, it's called a continuity government because there's an operation going on. So there's two powers, all right, federal government, military. When the federal government is under a continuity government, that means all three branches of government are powerless.
That's the exact opposite of what it means. Continuity of government would be the president succeeds to the vice president, succeeds to the Speaker of the House, succeeds to whoever comes next. There's a bunch of them. Hold on. I used to know like 7 or 8 spots, but now I don't. This guy's wild. This guy is fucking. George W. Bush administration put the continuity of operations, continuity of government plan into effect for the first time directly following September 11th attacks. Their implementation involves rotating staff of 75 to 150 senior officials and other government workers from every federal executive department and other parts of executive branch into 2 secure bunkers on the East Coast. Friends, family, and co-workers were only able to reach them through a toll-free number and personal extensions. The Bush administration did not acknowledge the implementation of the COG plan until March 1st, 2002. In 2007, Larry Sabato, a professor at the University of Virginia, criticized the incomplete nature of his plan, of the plan in his book, A More Perfect Constitution. In particular, he objected to the fact that there is no constitutional procedure for replacing U.S. House members if the case of large-scale disaster, which could potentially kill a large number of representatives. In regard to continuity of operations plan, Sabato said it failed outright during the September 11th attacks. So this is last time it was actually used, like the operation, continuity operation, was when George Bush put rotating 75 to 150 senior officials and other government workers into bunkers on the East Coast. A continuity of operations plan or continuity of government plan has been part of the U.S. government operations since President Dwight D. Eisenhower provided via executive order various measures designed to ensure the government of the United States would be able to continue operating after a nuclear war. These measures included construction of underground facilities such as Mount Weather, a putatively nuclear weapon-proof facility in a hollowed-out mountain in Northeast Virginia, and Raven Rock Mountain Complex near Camp David in Maryland. The public now tour one such facility intended to house the entire United States Congress on the grounds of Greenbrier Resort in the Wild Sulphur Springs, West Virginia. See also Project Greek Island. Other provisions of the plan included executive orders designated certain government officials to assume cabinet and other executive branch positions and carry out responsibilities of the position if the primary office holders are killed. There has been a formal line of succession to the presidency since 1792. So it was actually the presidency succession has been in place longer, but this is the same thing for the president and all other offices. And how to protect them and how to get them out of nuclear fallout or whatever. This is to keep the government running. Continuity. Currently found in the Presidential Succession Act of 1947, 3 U.S.C. 19. This runs from the Vice President, Speaker of the House of Representatives, President pro tempore of the Senate, and then through the Cabinet secretaries in sequence specified by Congress. Continuity of government plans are not limited to just the federal government. The majority of states have continuity constitutional provisions that provide for the cessation of government in the event of a, quote, enemy attack. This guy thinks it has something to do with time travel or the military versus the federal government. This guy's such a dumbass.
That means the Constitution is on pause. That's why
he's so fucking dumb. This is crazy that this is even a thing. The Constitution is not on pause for continuity of government. This is so crazy. This is just insane. Like I don't understand it. It goes Speaker of the House, it goes President, then Vice President, then Speaker of the House, then President pro tempore of the Senate, Secretary of State, Secretary of Treasury, Secretary of War, insert Secretary of Defense, Attorney General, Postmaster General, Secretary of the Navy, Secretary of the Interior, Secretary of Agriculture, Secretary of Commerce, Secretary of Labor, Secretary of Health, Education, and Welfare, which becomes Health and Human Services since 79 or something. Secretary of Housing and Urban Development, Secretary of Transportation, Secretary of Energy, Secretary of Education, Secretary of Veterans Affairs, Secretary of Homeland Security. Those would be the way that it would fall out if we needed that secession. But this gives other federal officers secession and how to, at least one of the critics said we need to learn how to place large amounts of representatives just in case. But it's also about their protection. It's also about, we've talked about this before, like, let's say D.C. is hit. Well, some of these continuity of government plans they had to put in place was like the FBI saying, how can we store our files somewhere else or remote access it? Where's our alternate headquarters? Let's say Washington, D.C. gets hit. And one of the Hoover building gets hit or whatever. Where's our backup office? Where's our files? Where's where are we supposed to meet at the next day? Who will be in charge if this person disappears, that person disappears, and we're going to Alabama? Who's going to be there? You know what I'm saying? Designated survivor. Yeah, I heard that was good. I've never even seen it. But yeah, it's the same thing. He's the only guy left after a nuclear war or something, right? And he becomes president.
Keep making these comments about President Trump saying he terminated the Constitution. He didn't terminate it, all right? It's on pause. That's what the Law of War Manual was for. When the federal government's under a cog, military's in control in what they call a military occupancy. Go read the Law of War Manual. It's got all your answers in there for a military occupancy. 700.
Kind of like redundancy, but with redundancy, you would think like, when I hear redundancy, at least I think like we have 2 chain drives. That way, if the first chain drive was to fail, the second chain drive would pick up. So it's not like we have like 2 things running. It's just how are we going to run, no matter who dies in this, whatever. If something happens and we have to go to bunkers or we're attacked or certain people die or whatever, how do we keep the rest of the people safe? How do we replace the people we need? And how do we keep everything running again? Redundancy to me would be more like we've got 2 presidents. One of them's technically making all the decisions or whatever. We got a second one just sitting here just in case. And if first one pops, the second one then starts making the decision. Maybe. An attack on the White House. I just remember seeing advertisements for Lone Survivor, and dude's like watching a meeting of something through the TV, and then boom, it explodes, and then someone tells him like, well, now you're the president, or it's you, or whatever.
72 pages.
I've never seen the show, just the advertisement for it.
772 pages. We have a little symptom in this nation called laziness. All right, that's a big problem. The media has conditioned you all these years before the military stepped in.
Y'all's lazy, motherfuckers. Y'all's lazy.
They dummy you down, and they took your attention span away. And they quit teaching people to critically think and to give trust to the government, the full government, the wrong career politicians, and put trust into whom? The media, right? The syndicated TV, right? Same thing like American Idol. All of y'all think that all those people who tried out they got talent. No, every contestant on the show was already picked, and all of the tryouts are to get people to watch. And that's what we're going to start slowly debunking for everybody. We're going to start.
That's actually not true. Like, they do find talent on these things. They do make people still go to the tryouts and do their thing, or they wouldn't have their recorded tryout. They're not already picked. It's already staged. They don't already have a winner. But they do know that they're going to get good people. They're going to show the really good people in the tryouts. They're going to show the really bad people in the tryouts, and that gets views. But these people still had to show up. They still had to try out. They still had to do their thing. I have heard about certain people making enough of a splash somewhere else that they're officially invited and saying, hey, you're going to be a contestant on America's Got Talent or The Voice or whatever, but we still need you to show up this one day to record your tryout, even though you're already going to be on the show. But the end result's not changed.
Dropping all the hammers on everything. All right, there's a reason why Donald John Trump and the January 6th choir debuted at #1 on the charts. It's because it's all a system, and you're all about to find out about it. All right, and you should be finding out about it now. But it's an atrocity.
So this is why, like, when this was ordered, they wanted continuity of government plans updated for everybody. This is why, like, Jeff B. and Liberty Warrior and people were freaking out and calling that some type of cool shit. It wasn't. It wasn't. They're just saying, hey, we need to know how to keep this. It didn't have nothing to do with Trump being president or simultaneous or 2 running at the same time or an extra one or this or whatever. They were just saying, hey, we need to update these plans. Like, let's say that there is an attack, and it's on the East Coast. How do we still keep TSA running? Let's say their headquarters goes out. How do we still keep TSA running? We can't just halt everything. We can't just stop all fucking flights. People still aren't going to travel and shit. Even if it's a terrorist attack, we don't even know. Like, not saying like Russia launches all their nukes and we launch all ours, mutually assured destruction. Let's say, a terrorist attack of some sort. How do we still keep everything running? And 9/11 really made a lot of places think about that, right? We don't want to shut everything down. All they did was update their plans. Who's going to be in charge? Who's the backup? Well, the order of secession. Where's your secondary headquarters, like a fallback position at? Do you have duplicate files in both places? All the stuff you need to keep, all the records you need to have, blah, blah, blah. Like, there's a whole lot to think into that, or to put into that.
It really is. It's pretty sad that we
imagine if someone come to you and said, you have to plan for a fucking meteor hitting your house and completely destroying it. So you need another house in another spot, and it needs to be stocked with all your furniture, all your birth certificates and records and Social Security cards. It needs to have all your kids' school supply, all your bedding, just another set of all your clothes. There'd be a lot of planning into making another one, right?
We have the Supreme Court who's in a cog, right? But they wrote this back here in 2016. All right.
This continuity of government doesn't affect the current actions of anybody, the Supreme Court or the Congress or nobody. They're still acting exactly the same. But if some type of disaster happened, they would know how to fall back. It doesn't change any of their actions whatsoever. This guy's fucking crazy.
How do you know it says that? Because it says that. It's pretty freaking awesome when you go read it. It specifically says military law supersedes civilian. Then it says president and commander-in-chief are separate terms. Then it shows you that commander-in-chief and the federal government are separate. All right, so that means Article 2 is commander-in-chief and Article 3 is federal government. That's why Roosevelt told Congress. He told them. He didn't ask them. He told them. 1941, he said, it's my duty under Article 2 of the Constitution, I'm president, but now I'm moving to commander-in-chief role. Two separate terms, two separate roles, two separate duties, two separate obligations.
No, not at all. Not at all. This guy, God damn, this guy's an idiot. This guy's a fucking idiot.
Under the Article 2 of the Constitution, be commander-in-chief, and to uphold the Constitution. And if you don't act, I will. So Congress gave Roosevelt the power to restructure the executive branch where a president could declare war via national emergencies. That is 50 United States Code. It's titled War and National Offense. That's 50 U.S. Code, Chapter 33, Section 1541. And when President Trump says if they're going to investigate me, they're going to investigate every president before me immediately. Because he's using 95% of laws and orders he didn't write or pass. And it's real simple. And the Supreme Court wrote that in 2016 before they went into a continuity government. How brilliant is that?
Continuity of government doesn't affect them whatsoever. This is dumb.
That's why I sound like a broken record. That's why no more donations are coming through, and that's fine. Hey, that's fine. I didn't do it.
Here was his big admittance. Did you hear what he just said? This is what I wanted to look at right here. Why would he say this? Why would he come out and say, that's why I sound like a broken record. That's why no more donations are coming in. That's why we're doing the tour.
How brilliant is that? So things changed, but this operation hadn't changed. That's why I sound like a broken record. That's why no more donations are coming through, and that's fine. Hey, that's fine. I didn't do it for the money. Everybody's like,
that's fine.
This guy just says the same thing over and over again. Oh, look at him. Laws are revised or revoked. Orders are rescinded or mission accomplished. All right. And it looks even worse on veterans, especially veterans, when
there you go.
Laws and orders are.
Let's fucking talk shit to veterans now. Sounds good.
In place, and they have not changed. They've only been extended. Every single executive order that Donald John Trump declared a national emergency in has been extended. And if you read those, none of those benefit Joseph. If Biden was real, for those that think Biden's real, they don't benefit him one bit. Transnational crimes, the trafficking, none of those benefit that man whatsoever when you look at his history. All right. And you know what old Hunter Biden did. And the other thing is this, is trafficking don't just have to do with necessarily just child trafficking, which is
oh my God.
Sex trafficking, human trafficking,
you're a fucking
all horrendous, and drug trafficking, which is horrible too in its own right. The other three are probably, they all take precedent for sure over drug trafficking, but still, what is drug trafficking? That's how they fund a lot of this, okay? But here's the other thing, the Global Magnitsky Act, which pairs with Executive Order 13818. How do I know it pairs with it? Because it tells you. That order goes after people who haze whistleblowers. It goes after people who torture whistleblowers. It goes after people who any kind of corruption of that nature, of human rights abuse. That is what Donald Trump, that was his first executive order with a national emergency.
The Global Magnitsky Act. It says, since the inception of Global Magnitsky Program 2017, 243 individuals and entities from 28 countries have been designated under the Global Magnitsky authorities. During this time, 243 persons have been designated for involvement in corruption or serious human rights abuse. On the International Anti-Corruption Day and International Human Rights Day, the Department of State and the Department of the Treasury announced sanctions, designations, and visa restrictions on corrupt actors, human rights abusers, blah, blah, blah. And it outlines people who are human rights violators, people who are corruption and serious corruption, serious human rights violators and violations. That's what the Magnitsky Act is. MAG, Magnitsky Act, Global Magnitsky Act. It's Human Rights Accountability, I think it's like the short title for it. Human Rights Accountability Act, something like that. This act may be referred to as the Global Magnitsky Human Rights Accountability Act. And it's for foreign persons or United States persons. Let's see if we get a rundown of it. Get past these definitions. Hold on. The president may impose sanctions described in subsection B with respect to any foreign person the president determines based on credible evidence is responsible for extrajudicial killings, torture, or other gross violations of internationally recognized human rights committed against individuals in any foreign country who seek to expose illegal activity carried out by the government officials. So if you're doing these killings, this, that, and the other, and the reason these people are being killed is because they want to expose illegal activity carried out by government or other officials, or they want to obtain, exercise, defend, or promote internationally recognized human rights and freedoms, such as freedom of religion, expression, association, and assembly, or, those are the only two. And then 2, acted as an agent on or behalf of foreign power in a matter relating to the activity described above, or is a government official a senior associate of such official that is responsible or complicit in ordering, controlling, or otherwise directing acts of significant corruption, including the expropriation of private or public assets for personal gains, corruption related to government contracts, extraction of natural resources, bribery, facilitation, transfer, or proceeds of corruption of foreign government. And then 4 is the last one. Has masterfully assisted, sponsored, or provided financial material or technological support for or goods or services in support of any of the activity described above. So, like, this is for international fucking human rights violators.
And it's been extended. It's still extended out to December 2023. And they'll extend it again.
Yeah, his audience would be like, sorry I called you out once. Sorry I left a smiley emote on this joke that was made. I just thought it was a joke.
But I don't see that happening. I see that a lot of this going to, I mean, I'm not putting a date on anything, but this stuff's got to wrap up soon.
Look at this guy with no donations. Look at this guy like a broken record. Look at this guy.
Tells you it's the outline. All right. Operational dates in the federalregister.gov say what? They say 2018 to 2022. FCD2, which was issued June 13, 2017, the operational dates of that says what? 2020 to 2024. Now, that don't mean December 31st, 2024. It doesn't. But it tells you the timeline right there. And there's things that's been happening in between that show an operation going on. And all you have to do is read it. It hasn't changed. It's not going to change until it does change. But Donald John Trump is the only one who has terminated a national emergency in recent years.
Oh, my God.
I'm tired of hearing people say, oh, national emergencies, presidents change. They pass those down one president to the other. That's a troll for you. That's people who don't. Why is it called a national emergency? Isn't emergency supposed to mean dire and emergency? So why do we have presidents shifting down for 20 and 30 years national emergencies? That makes a lot of sense, doesn't it? Federal corporation, they're answering.
Yeah, because a lot of times they just use it to circumvent other things or to get immediate relief for something or whatever. Like, Okay.
Without answering it. They're telling you, all right? So you have to have people who understand what's going on. And it's an atrocity that so many veterans don't know what's going on right now, because you're supposed to be a professional. You're supposed to stand up. You're supposed to understand why you served. You're supposed to understand military law is separate than civil. And now we even have the Military Justice Act from the United States Supreme Court that clarifies that. You're supposed to know that commander-in-chief and president are two separate terms, two separate roles.
They're not. It's literally called the commander-in-chief clause for the president. They're not different things. They're not. They're not.
Two separate duties, two separate obligations, two separate laws. And you're supposed to know that Article 2 and Article 3 are two different. Article 2.
By the way, there's still some fucking national emergencies that were declared that are still old as fuck. That are like Jimmy Carter still has a national emergency. And it is where he blocked. This is actually a big deal. He blocked Iranian assets as part of the Iranian hostage situation, the Iran hostage situation, and those assets are still fucking frozen. Like, it's not that big a deal. There's a Clinton one that's still active. And it says provides for control over the export of weapons, combined two previous national emergencies regarding weapons of mass destruction. There's some more Clinton ones. It says intended to prevent a business deal between Iran and Conoco, declared in response to the Colombian drug cartels using American companies to launder money. These are all from Clinton. Bush still has someone intended to. So there's still all these active ones. So you can't tell me they don't go on. They do go on. They can be ordered. They can either the president can order a proclamation that they're over, or a joint resolution can be written and they can be made over. But no one's fucking sweating these motherfuckers, guys. Like, no one. Here are the Trump ones. And let's see what's ended and what's still going. Trump imposed sanctions due to the Rohingya conflict in Myanmar, specifically against General Mong So. Works in tandem with the Global Magnitsky Human Rights Accountability Act. That's still active. Intended to enable automatic sanctions in response to election interference. Intelligence agencies are given 45 days after the election to assess possible interference. That's 848, still active. 851 announces certain sanctions against current and former Daniel Ortega government officials engaging in human rights abuse, corruption. Still active. Seeks to divert $8 billion of funds, which were previously allocated to other programs to build the wall. Inactive. Bans American companies from using any telecommunications equipment that the Secretary of Commerce declares to be a national security risk. This was in response to Huawei. It's still current. Freezes property and suspends entry into the United States of persons who threaten the peace and security of Mali and prohibits making donations to such persons. Active. Imposes sanctions against individuals who threaten the peace or commit serious human rights abuses in Syria or any agency or official of the Turkish government and bars them from entering the United States. Active. On March 13th, 2020, President Donald Trump declared that he would give the states and territories access to up to $50 billion in federal funds to fight COVID-19 pandemic. This includes the ability to waive laws to enable telehealth. Ended. Freezes property of persons directly engaged or materially supporting any effort by the ICC to investigate, arrest, detain, or prosecute U.S. or U.S. allied personnel in connection with the war in Afghanistan. Ended. I wish that one was still active. That one makes me nervous. Freezes property of persons involved in the implementation of the Hong Kong national security law by the People's Republic of China. Active. Prohibits transactions in securities and derivatives of military companies in the People's Republic of China. Active. Freezes property and... Oh, the next one's Biden. Freezes property and denies entry into persons involved in 2021 Myanmar coup d'etat and their immediate families. This is Biden. Active. Yeah, the rest of them start on Biden. So, like, some of them are still active and some are not. But we've got some left over from Jimmy Carter, dude. We got some. They use it to either, like, push an agenda through, a national emergency, or maybe they don't want to wait for laws to be signed and they need something there immediately, like get fast-acting stuff there, or an emergency situation, right? You don't have a year and a half to wait for Congress to approve the funding for this, whatever's going on. So you go, boom, there's the funding already, and Congress has to review it within 6 months and either let it keep going or end it every 6 months.
Commander-in-Chief of the Army and the Navy. Then you have Article 3, federal government. And the Military Justice Act specifically shows Commander-in-Chief and Article 3 are separate. It's there. All right, so, you know, I hated I had to do this, but I had to do it. And, you know, I really, I care in one way what people think from the standpoint of I care about people, ultimately.
We're about to grab this Military Justice Act. Hold on. I know I'm reading a lot tonight. I'm sorry. Military Justice Act of 2016. Supreme Court has called military justice system justice separate jurisprudence in the civilian courts. Military and armed forces are subject to rules, orders, proceedings, and consequences different from the rights and obligations of their civilian counterparts. Accordingly, it might be said that discipline is more important as liberty interest in the military justice system. The Constitution specifically exempts military members of accused of a crime from the Fifth Amendment right to grand jury indictment, from which the Supreme Court has inferred there is no right to a civil jury in court-martial. However, in part because of the different standards provided in court-martial, their jurisdiction is limited to those persons and offensives the military has legitimate interest in regulating. Congress enacted the Uniform Code of Military Justice under its constitutional authority to provide for discipline, land, and naval forces. Presidents have implemented UCMJ through the Manual for Courts, for Court-Martial, MCM. The MCM contains the rules for courts, court-martial, the military rules of evidence, and the punitive articles of UCMJ with commentary. The MCM covers almost all aspects of military law. Let's see. A number of concerns relating to 2016. This report provides blah, blah, blah. Okay. Military due process, jurisdiction, types of court-martial, types of offense investigating, charging, pre-trial, post-trial. So let's see, this doesn't have shit in it about, hold on, let's look. Search. Military court-martial. The Constitution, to provide for the common defense, gives Congress the power to raise, support, and regulate the armed forces, but makes the president commander-in-chief of the armed forces. Article 3, which governs the federal judiciary, does not give it any explicit role in the military, and the Supreme Court has taken the view that Congress's power to make the rules for the government and regulation of the land and naval forces is entirely separate from Article 3. Therefore, court-martials are not Article 3 courts and are not subject to the rules that apply in federal courts. Congress enacted the UCMJ under its authority to provide for disciplining the land and naval air forces. Presidents have implemented the UCMJ through the Manual for Court-Martial, which President Ronald Reagan initially prescribed by Executive Order 12473 on April 13th, 1984. The MCM contains the rules for court-martial, the military rules for evidence, and the punitive articles of UCMJ with commentary. The MCM covers all aspects of military law. Doesn't say they're separate. What's this? See, provided by Congress for the president as commander-in-chief to aid him properly commanding the Army, Navy, and enforcing. Okay, that doesn't have nothing to do with it. That just says commander. I'm looking for commander-in-chief. Commander. Commander must. Commander. Commander. Commanders. Commander. Commander. Commander 72 hour. Neutral commander. 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 It doesn't say, that's the only place it mentions the commander in chief. It says military court martial. The Constitution, to provide for common defense, gives Congress the power to raise, support, and regulate the armed forces, but makes the president the commander in chief of the armed forces. Article 3, which governs the federal judiciary, does not give it any explicit role for the military. In the military. And the Supreme Court has taken the view that Congress's powers to, quote, to make rules for the government and regulation of the land and naval forces is entirely separate from Article 3. Therefore, court martials are not Article 3 courts and are not subject to the rules that apply in federal courts. What do you mean it says that the president is not the commander-in-chief? It doesn't say that fucking anywhere. Anywhere in this document. Fucking retard.
Veterans that still don't know what's going on. I hate it in one way because of the fact that, most veterans have a good heart. They do. And they have a good...
do they, though?
They have a good spirit, and they have a good attitude about life overall. But at the same time, the ones that say that this ain't happening, when it clearly is, you don't have to like it, but it clearly is by law and order happening. It's a controlled operation for a reason, because we didn't need Barney Fife and the spatulas and the unicorns out in the street fighting each other. We didn't need that. We don't want that. It's an atrocity that so many people on these pages, you're so used to negativity, you're so used to false dates, you're so used to people making false predictions, you're so used to Hansel and Gretel, the podcasters who throw you a crumb daily. You're not used to being honest with you. You're not used to someone like me, and you can't seem to connect. Why would someone like me care so much about this nation and not make a penny by telling you the laws and orders? You're so used to negativity, and you're so used to liars and cheaters and scammers and frauds. You can't even discern the difference in someone who doesn't have subscriptions, who has a merchandise page, between someone who has subscriptions and they do little 5-second videos to get their views up, to generate revenue on that. All right, you can't discern the difference of people who scam you and fraud you in ways that you don't even really realize is an actual scam and a fraud in a different way. And you're so used to negativity and drama.
Just too negative, guys.
You cannot understand how somebody can actually...
You can't understand how positive I am.
And maybe that will actually...
You're too negative.
...towards Jesus, all right, and what he did. Because he couldn't get to the cross without someone who betrayed him, Judas, right? He couldn't get to the cross without people hating him, yelling at him, cussing at him, ridiculing him, mocking him, spitting on him. The thorns in his head, blood get to the...
And this all has to do with Jesus as well, somehow.
Somebody can actually freaking give a dang.
He's just like Jesus.
Actually point back towards Jesus, all right, and what he did. Because he couldn't get to the cross without someone who betrayed him, Judas, right? He couldn't get to the cross without people hating him, yelling at him.
How did he even switch to Jesus?
Somebody can actually freaking give a dang. And maybe that will actually point back towards Jesus, all right, and what he did. Because he couldn't get to the cross without someone who...
So you're claiming people don't support you, so you're just as unsupported as Jesus was. Got it.
Right. He couldn't get to the cross without people hating him, yelling at him, cussing at him, ridiculing him, mocking him, spitting on him. The thorns in his head, blood running down his face, the sweat in his eyes, And I'm not comparing myself to Jesus one bit. But
you just did, you idiot.
The Bible says that. The Bible commands us to strive to be like Christ, right? And I don't see many people in the comment box doing that when you're making negative comments like that. There's a lot that are positive on here. And it's like my business manager and my mother even says all the time about, in psychology, you can have
What, you mean your mother / landlord / the woman who lives upstairs? Is that what you mean? That's weird.
1,000 good emails, but the one bad email that comes in, we focus on it. But I actually focus on that because that person can be saved. That person needs worked on. That person can be, if they would just listen, just stop for a minute and listen, right? And understand what I've been saying benefits everybody. President Trump says it all the time. The haters and trolls don't even realize what we're doing. It's making everybody's lives better. Right?
Okay.
So many people are so used to this condition of the brain that's been dumbing down in the brain. You're so used to frauds and scams and liars and cheaters and naysayers and drama. You're so used to career politicians who've done nothing but take from you and your families and your futures. You're so used to that you can't fathom that there's somebody out there who actually gives a freaking dang about you. And I mean, where am I living any differently is what I want to know.
Can't fathom it. I'm Jesus, and I love you.
A grifter when it's like, I'm like, wow. I mean, it's in one way, it's a compliment because I haven't changed my life. I'd still drive the same vehicle. It's not fancy. I don't really care. It doesn't really matter. If God wants me to have a Corvette, He'll give me a Corvette. I don't have a Corvette. If God wants me to...
You will, though, won't you?
I'll eat a steak every night. I ain't eating steak.
Won't you?
All right? I don't understand it. I really don't. And I do appreciate the encouragement out there, but this ain't one of those videos where I come on here looking for encouragement. I mean, there's a bed right here. I'm going to sleep like a baby tonight. Right? I'm going to pull that sheet back. It's got 5...
There, he said it, boys. Who's this guy? I'm going to sleep like a baby tonight. He said it. He said it. You got to get a Corvette.
Pillows over there. You can't see the other one.
Bill just recently bought that blue Corvette, didn't he?
There. I'm gonna ball up in a little ball.
Makes my knife hand twitch. That's right.
Squirrel in the nest.
No command hand.
I'm gonna sleep like a baby. All right. Doesn't affect me, but God's got me. So that's the thing that most people haven't figured out yet. And when people surrender their life to God, and you start doing what God wants you to do, and you start reading His Word, and you start praying, and you put Him first. If you seek Him first. Now, I was a lip service Christian for a long time. I was. You want to throw stones at me? Start throwing them, baby. Right.
Okay, we are.
Put the target right here. Put it right here. Hey, I was a lip service Christian all day, every day. All right? I knew who God was. It wasn't like I didn't know who He was. It wasn't that like I didn't know who Jesus was. I knew who He was. I had a wonderful saint of a grandmother who was a praying grandmother, and her prayers are still working. I've got a wonderful saint of a mother. I have a wonderful saint of a great aunt and some family members who are amazing family members who pray all the time. And I have a lot of prayer warriors out there that I've met throughout this amazing process that are just, they alone are something to look up to and to appreciate. And I tell people all the time, if there's anything you can give me, I'll appreciate prayers and wisdom more than anything.
Prayers and wisdom. Right? And check out my website with 14 donation links and my merch link. Got it?
I haven't changed my life. I'm doing what God wants me to do. But some family members who are amazing family members who pray all the time. All right? I knew who God was. It wasn't like I didn't know who He was.
Okay.
Like I didn't know who Jesus was. I knew who He was. I had
whenever they need it. That's right.
Saint of a grandmother who was a praying grandmother, and her prayers are still working. I've got a wonderful saint of a mother. I have a wonderful saint of a great aunt and some family members who are amazing family members who pray all the time. And I have a lot of prayer warriors out there that I've met throughout this amazing process that are just, they alone are something to look up to and to appreciate. And I tell people all the time, if there's anything you can give me, I'll appreciate prayers and wisdom more than anything. All right, I'm not better than anybody. I haven't changed my life. I'm doing what God wants me to do. But I think if people will ever understand that you have to seek Him first. You know, I did. I was trying to make everything. I tried every way to toss them back to make a video go viral in country music, and you can't do it.
Oh, no.
All right, but when I finally gave
Can't do it, guys.
Christ, and I gave my life to God.
Because I'm a dick. Oh,
no. Voila.
J-Boy brought you 86 packs. Love your work. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
You know, and
thank you for the donation.
Negativity that comes with it, but at the same time, I think when you actually care, you do care more about the people who hate. You do care more about the people who are negative and drama filled. Because I'm not. You think I'm gonna quit? I mean, you know, you really think that's the thing. It's the first point.
I know you're not fucking going to GITMO. I know that much.
Oh gosh. Oh no, I got 600,000 positive comments and followers, but the one email I'm gonna, whoo, your music sucks. Oh, shut it off.
Enough of them to shut you down there, brother.
Seriously?
What do you want to bet?
And why do you waste your energy? Like, why do you hate something so bad that you?
I've got excess energy.
Even comment.
I do what I want.
Like, I don't get that either. Like, I mean, I don't hate something so bad that I just go, you know, I got to go make a comment. Like, I don't hate anything in the first place. Hate's a strong word. But, you know, if I hate
all your shit. Every bit of it.
The closest thing I could say.
All your shit.
Football. But other than that, you know, I don't hate the players, you know. But jokes aside, you know, why is it so? Why are people so hateful? And you know, like why not go fishing, hunting, hiking, golfing, you know, whatever it is you like to do? Why are you wasting your time on negativity?
Stealing donations from the elderly.
That shows you the world.
You know.
Right? It shows you the evil place we reached in our nation, where people they got more time to hate and more time to be negative than to take that energy and put it on something they actually love to do. Whether it's, like, once again, reading, skiing, hockey, football, soccer, whatever it is, like, just think about that, where we are. So Guantanamo Bay, getting back to that.
Guantanamo Bay. Yeah, let's hear it.
One of those things that it didn't move to Guam. All right, we have 4 different locations. We have Gitmo, Guam. Okay, let's get back to Gitmo. Guantanamo Bay, all right, Cuba, and we have Guam. We have the Northern Mariana Islands, which Guam is a part of that chain, and then we have the Virgin Islands, all right. And all these people out there, you know, you follow Telegram. Oh gosh, they said everything moved to Guam. Things have been in Guam. Things have been in Guantanamo Bay. Things have been in the Virgin Islands and also Northern Mariana. And there's also been a lot of heavy traffic in and out of Diego Garcia, which is in the Indian Ocean, and then also Christmas Island. This is a world operation. All right, so getting back to that, I hope this addressed that. You know, we made an exciting announcement today, and we have enough people.
Did you though?
To fill up the stadium.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
July the 1st. Right now we're still planning on to be in Fort Worth, Texas, for the Derek Johnson Drop the Mic tour. And we're going to have some the only speakers we're going to have there are people who talk about God and the Bible, who can back it up with the Bible and Scripture. And then also it's going to be people with law and order, military, the ones that want to come out that we've reached out to that are nothing but, you know, valid military and things that talk law and order that you can actually tangibly go look up and learn how to piece this together. Once again, everybody's going to be VIP. Nobody's going to be singled out. Nobody's going to be put in a spot where you feel like that you're less than anybody else, because you're not. That's not how the Bible works. That's not how God works. That's not how Christ works. You're all going to be meted and greeted or grit. I don't know what would be the term for that. I call it meted and grit. You know, I like to be slang, and I like to put a little cowboy language in there, but you're going to be meted and greeted. All right.
Okay.
Meted and greeted.
Have a good time. We're gonna have some music there, but you know, things are liable to change because things do change. It's just how court works. It's how the court systems work sometimes. And it's just life. That's how life works sometimes. Ain't that right? Anybody that's lived a little life knows that things change sometimes. But it don't mean that someone's lying, and it doesn't mean you start defaming character. It doesn't mean that you just go cast the stones on someone's life because one little thing changes. And I'm going to pray for you.
Okay.
Tonight, matter of fact.
Pray for us. Please do.
Right here. All right. I'm going to hit my knees right over here in this corner. Like I always do. Anywhere I'm at.
I bet you do.
My hands, and I put on a worship song. And
hit your knees wherever you're at, brother.
I didn't. All right. And you lead this ship, I don't. He leads me everywhere I go. I've put my life like that. I've put a discipline around my life. I put structure around my life. And I let him lead me. All right. He leads me. He guides me. All right. And he's going to take me where he wants me to go. If he wants me to be in Guam, I'm going to go. If he wants me to go to the Virgin Islands, I'm going to go. If he wants me to go to other courts in Northern Mariana Islands, I'm going to go. If he wants me in Diego Garcia, I'm going to go. If he wants me in Malaysia, at the Christmas Islands near there, I'm gonna go. You know,
okay.
I'm in this doing work for him. I'm keeping my oath. The oath never expires. All right. And then also,
what's your oath?
And there's some people who actually do
your military oath.
What you say about them?
To lie about the Constitution.
You know, I can look at you and smile. And I can say a prayer for you because that's the only thing that can help you if you're so negative and you're so...
It won't help me. I wouldn't waste the breath.
And you're so, you know, whatever it is that's in your life, only you can handle that. Once again, though, you got to seek God. God's the only one that can help change those spirits within you.
Okay.
You know, it ain't man. You're not going to find your answers in any kind of man, any kind of anything until you find your spirit with God. But once again, I can't make you do it, and I wouldn't try to make you do it because only you need to experience that. You need to have that baptism in your spirit and that baptism in your heart. You have to experience that.
You have to experience it, guys.
You're not going to want to go back.
You're the only people that can experience it, okay?
Go back to the old you. You're not going to want to go back to negativity. You're not going to want to go back to drama. You're not going to want to go back to any of those kind of negative thoughts whatsoever because once you realize what you're here for and that you do have a purpose, whether it's your friends, your family, your neighborhood, your community, your town, your city, your county, your state, or the government.
Okay.
God calls you. Once you learn that, and once you find your voice there, and once you use your voice for positivity, once you use your voice to affect somebody versus hurt them, once you use your voice to shine a light and to shine some positivity versus condescending and negative, once you learn that, the world's going to start getting better for everybody. All right, and that's how we implement change in this. That's how you learn to meet the military in the middle. You know, the military is doing what they're doing right now, and they are operating. There's receipts of that. You know, anybody that says it ain't, they're a fool. I mean, I hate to say it like that, but they are. The National Guard have a certain way they operate. And they've been operating. They're out of their state jurisdictions every single day. They're out of the United States jurisdiction every single day. All right, they're federalized. That's just how it works.
That's not how it works. That's not how it works. They're training. They're going around. The Air Force is out. The ones that he's tracking and always claiming around the state is the Air Force. You know how hard it is to do Air Force fucking maneuvers as Air National Guard and stay in your state when you're near a border? Incredibly hard. So they get permission. You can go anywhere you want. You don't have to be federalized. You go training once a year. You're not federalized. All that's a lie.
30-something thousand photos on my phone, and it tells me every day, hey, your iPhone's not backed up. All right, good thing I've got them all in new documents, and we're going to be loading those up on the site soon. But once again, they tell me every day, oh, your iPhone's not backed up. I got receipts over here. All right, 30-something thousand. There's receipts all day, every day. And once you learn, once you read those at your capacity, which, I mean, we're 7 years into this, and you better catch up because a lot of stuff's going to start happening. It's been happening. It's going to start unraveling even more with the debt ceiling talk.
There you go. Unraveling, guys. It's going downhill.
that's been put in place in the last couple weeks, and of course the on May 31st the flight restriction ends at Mar-a-Lago, so that's going to be fun and interesting to see what happens in 5 days. All right, with that, so there's a lot of stuff that's going to start happening, and it's been written. The quantum advisor, the gold-backed digital currency, all these things that's been talked about, we've been telling you about, we've been telling you over and over. Once you learn the laws and the orders of this operation, you'll be able to see all this. You'll be able to smile and breathe and be happy and be sane and be positive and understand that it really doesn't have anything to do with your actual personal lives from the standpoint of, you know, how you want to live, what your house looks like, you know, what you're doing inside your house, and it really doesn't. You actually want people who think like me, because people like me actually live and let live. But once you learn how to support the foundation, and that support
live and let live. Stop calling me out. This is how I make my income, guys.
That supporting the foundation,
they always say,
established, actually promotes your way of living and promotes that, because the Constitution supports you as long as you're not hurting or harming somebody. Once you learn that and apply those laws and orders that support the Constitution, because I'm not saying all laws and orders support it. It's not what I've never said that. I'm just showing you the laws and orders that do support it. And once you learn that, then you'll be able to see the optics all day, every day. You'll be able to hear the comms all day, every day. You'll be able to take everything and understand what's going on and be able to share it with people. And God's going to bless you however He wants to bless you. And I don't worry about what I have and what I don't have. I don't sit at a traffic light and look over at a brand new Chevy, Ford, whatever it is, you know. I don't look.
He don't want a brand new car. Okay, he wants a Corvette. If God will let him have it through your money.
Desire that. I gave my whole life to God. I said, all right, I've done everything my way for 30. I was 38 years old whenever I became a Christian. A Christian right here, not right here. I was 38. I lived for 38 years. I said, all right, I've done things my whole life, 38 years my way. I'm going to try your way for a while. And I'm going to tell you what, it's been the best year and a half, because I was right around 38 and a half when that happened. It's been the best year and a half that I don't know what else to say. So, you know, I don't know. I know I started off a little hot tonight because I'm frustrated that so many people just are upset and frustrated and hurt and angry and bitter.
Because all the promises I've made to you and none of them came through. Y'all are frustrated and hurt and upset and angry and bitter because I told you all this stuff would happen and none of it did. So I understand why you're mad. I promised you everything. Nothing happened.
And mad and sad and it's like, it's frustrating because when you have the heart of a warrior, when you have the heart of someone who understands what's going on, when you can see it like I can, it's frustrating because I'm the very person that you should want on your side. I'm the very person that you should want going to the battle for you. I'm the very person that you should want to be your friend. I'm the very person.
Why? Why would we want you to go to battle? You're unproven. You've never been to battle. Why would I want you to go to battle? I've been to battle, motherfucker, and came back. You had a knee injury at training and failed out. I don't know why I'd want you to go to battle for me. It's about like letting Ollie drive my fucking car just because I want him to. Just drive us home, Ollie. You got it. What the fuck?
No matter what you look like, who you worship, whatever that may be, I'm the very person that you should want there because I'm showing you exactly what President Trump says. You know, this makes everybody's lives better, and what you've been living under has been the very thing that's been your nemesis, and you don't realize it. And you do in different ways. You're like, everybody's made a joke about a career politician. Everybody's made jokes about our government. Everybody. But we can't keep.
And we're allowed to be talking. We're allowed to talk and joke and make critical comments about our government. It's one of the founding principles.
keep doing that. Because why? We've made such an emphasis on this right here. We can't live without it right now until we implement some change here and we get back to the system that actually works. And once people realize that where we're sitting it was so dangerous unless this happened, but we couldn't keep going on like that. It would have been World War III or Civil War, whatever. You wouldn't want that. You know, I know there's a lot of hotheads out there that think they want that. No, you don't. No, you don't. We don't want that. We don't need that. And so once you ever process that and understand that and start like that, it would have been World War III or Civil War, the worst. And once people realize that where we're sitting it was so dangerous unless this happened, but we couldn't keep going on like that. It would have been World War III or Civil War, whatever. You wouldn't want that. You know, I know there's a lot of hotheads out there that think they want that. No, you don't. No, you don't. We don't want that. We don't need that. And so once you ever process that and understand that and start really reading, and if you're like Reed from Texas who don't like to read, then you got to listen to podcast after podcast after podcast of someone who's giving you the receipts. I met a guy at the Reawakening 2 weeks ago in Miami. He's a Grammy Award winner, and he said, bro, you know why I love you? He's like, bro, you leave receipts. Everything you say, you can tangibly go look up. You don't have to like it, but you can tangibly look it up. And that's the key thing with all this. So you bring it up tangibly. You have to go.
Reed from Texas don't like to read. I don't know why he keeps fucking saying that shit. Reed from Texas don't like to read.
Go read about
what are you doing there?
Go read, sorry. Go read about Guantanamo Bay. Go read military commissions.
All the Grammy Award winners know Derek. Come on. Reed from Texas don't like to read.
That's the key thing with all this. So you got to understand your discernment out there. You have to go understand. Go read about Go read, sorry, I had a delay there. Go read about Guantanamo Bay. Go read military commissions. Look up, Google military commissions. You can go to the actual website and go read all about them. You can see when they change. You can see when they issue press releases. You can see all that stuff. Go read about them. But I suggest that you do that before you start talking about irregularities and, oh, you said this and that. I don't say anything that I can't ever, like that. That's the one thing about me I don't do. I don't put people's name in my mouth, all right, because that's still publicity for them. Once you ever say someone's name or platform, that's publicity, all right. Once you ever put a date out there, oh, this is going to happen on this date for sure, unless it's like a concert that you do have locked in or you know, a speaking event or whatever that is, that's one thing. But once you predict the date and it don't happen, then you can't find anywhere on any of my
like posts. Wait a second. Like when you said you were going to GITMO in June and now it's August. Wait a second. Once you predict the day and you don't hit it, but you guys are ungrateful, disrespectful motherfuckers who can't read, like Reed from Texas. Oh, okay. Weird.
On email platforms where I talk about someone's name, and you can't find anything where I made a prediction, because I don't do that. I show the average everyday American how you take the laws and the orders that are current and active in place, that have all been extended, current and active, same thing, and how you apply it daily, and how you don't look at tomorrow, and how you don't look back at yesterday, and how you stay sane, and how you breathe, and how you focus on day by day by day.
Okay.
That's what I do. Anybody who says else or otherwise, completely is either looking for their own status, their own, self-gratification.
Nay.
That's the very thing that we're trying to fight against out there. There's all these people out there toting the news that ain't even news. I've had to debunk stuff all week this week. I've actually become a debunker. Someone putting out there a Marine Corps logo that's not even a Marine Corps logo.
Oh, okay.
Not even a Marine Corps.
Yeah, he's a debunker. This motherfucker's a debunker. He's a debunker. Got it.
Corps veterans and all of our Marine Corps current serving. It's a slap in the face to do that. Think about that. You just got to always think of it from the common sense standpoint of, is this like, go Google it. Just do your research or whatever search engine you use. Look that up. Go, what's the United States Marine Corps Space Command logo? Boom, go to a .mil or .gov site. And go look it up and go compare the two. Oh, that don't look like the same one. Then search for the other logo, and then like the one this week. It's a .com, and it went way back to 2013, and the guy even says it, timestamp 2013, specifically says, I created this. It's just because I like it. I mean, there's so much stuff you can do, and then you got there's a Telegram page out there this week, about 2,000 followers. They're saying, Memorial Day weekend, it's going to be the weekend, stock up on everything, and fear porn, fear tactics, none of that stuff.
Wait, so just because you reassure everybody that it's all going to be okay, you're better off than fear porn? I would say you're worse. At least if you stock up on shit. If it's not gold and silver, like let's say people say stock up on groceries, at least you can eat that shit. At least you can get by on it. Damn.
Oh boy, but if something happens on Memorial Day weekend, they're going to say, I told you so, I told you. That's like me saying, the Florida Gators are going to win the national championship in football next year. And then it happens. Well, I could have been lucky, right? Don't mean I'm good, You got to understand, the way you understand our government, federal government, and military is to go read about them, right? .gov, .mil sites. So I just wanted to address that. I'm exhausted. I was supposed to be working on my new book that's coming out, and I was supposed to be doing some more productive things, but then addressing the Guantanamo Bay situation. But, you have to pass all kinds of tests. I'm not a reporter by trade, and they want to see some of the stuff that we've been reporting on and things like that. And but you got
to pass some tests. Is that what he just said?
I was supposed to be working on my new book that's coming out, and I was supposed to be doing some more productive things, but then addressing the Guantanamo Bay situation. But, you have to pass all kinds of tests. I'm not a reporter by trade, and they want.
You got to pass some tests because you're not a reporter by trade. You have to pass any tests, but they're probably going to want prominent reporters who have reported on shit before. You've never made a single fucking report. If you think they're just going to be like, oh, his occupation says reporter, and it says he works for a radio station that's never done any news reporting ever in Oklahoma, bring him in. Of course not. They're going to look for people with major networks, people that have covered this, people that have some type of tie to the war in Iraq, the war in Afghanistan, the person that's on trial. Bullshit.
See some of the stuff that we've been reporting on and things like that.
Exactly. They want evidence that he's done anything.
Everything else checks.
Other than being a one-hit wonder, one time, sorta.
I've got my passport. I've got full press passes right now. I can go.
You can print press passes. Anybody can. There's no such thing as a valid press pass and a fake one. They're all the same.
Anywhere in the nation right now with the military, and I can go with law enforcement anywhere. If there's another lockdown,
so can anybody else. If you're approved to go on a military base, even as a civilian, what the fuck are you talking about?
I have the actual passes approved that I can go anywhere in the nation in a lockdown that you can't go. So
anybody can with their own press pass. They can't restrict the free press even for a lockdown. This is all lies. Every bit of this is lies. I own Wyatt Power Media Group. I own a broadcasting stations. The call sign is WPMG from East Tennessee.
That got mailed overnight. I'm going to find a way to take a picture of that and block out any kind of personal information. But, you know, I don't know what else you want. I mean, what else you need out there? Why is it so important? Why is it so prevalent, once again, to tear somebody down or to try to take a shot at their...
It's almost like he's going to cry for us.
Over one little thing, even if it were to happen, even if it were to be canceled, even if whatever happened, why do people take a shot at someone's character? I mean, why don't you put your child in that situation? Why don't people ever put themselves in that situation? Put yourself in that situation or put your child in it. Put someone that you love dearly in that situation and ask yourself, would you want them to receive the same kind of treatment that you're dishing? I mean, why don't people ever do that? Remember the Elvis song, Walk a Mile in My Shoes?
Yeah, why don't you ever do that? Why don't you come put on my size 7 1/4 cowboy boots and this belt buckle I bought myself, try walking a mile in my shoes? Huh?
Hell hath no fury if it's you. It's always that way. Oh boy, they talk about you. Oh, they talk. Oh. When it's you, whoo, hell hath no fury. But boy, when it's someone, you're famous. I can talk about you. Still judgment. God don't see fame. God don't see fortune. Still judgment to him. A lie's a lie. Truth's the truth. But a lie's a lie. A lie, it don't matter who it is. If you tell a lie, it's the same lie. God judges everybody equally. He don't see fame. He don't see fortune. He don't see anything like that. So always put yourself in those shoes. But, you know, if it when it's supposed to be, it's going to happen. But I mean, I've got the full itinerary right here. I'm going to try to post some of this that doesn't have emails, but I mean, military commissions, lieutenant commander. Here's the email here. Here's all the. I mean, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 emails. Lieutenant commander all the way down. Major, lieutenant colonel. There's a miss there and another miss there. Not even a Mrs. What do you know about that? There's pictures. Look at there. Camp Justice flags. There's Harbor Overlook. They show you a beautiful picture.
You can find all that shit already.
5 shot locations. One that is at the Camp Justice flags, and the other is the overlook. So they tell you right there that it says please coordinate all live shot times with the OMCPAO in advance. You know, so they're telling you right there you can't even shoot a live audio until you have to plan all that stuff.
No shit. It's a military base. Everything has to go through the fucking press releases and permission. It's a military base, you fucking retard.
I know next week that I'm setting up my T-Mobile phone. You know, T-Mobile is the only thing that works down there. Oh, glorious day. T-Mobile. They never work anywhere else, but they work in Cuba. You know.
Test scores to be a general, that's right.
People need to see, but anyway.
They were mad at me because I was well on my way to achieving my goals to become a general. You were a fucking specialist, bro. The fuck? Nobody goes from specialist to general, okay? That's not how it works.
I was planning on doing a live sometime today or tomorrow that was a little bit more fun and positive, so maybe I'll go live tomorrow and make up for having to do this tonight. But, you know, it had to be done. It's unfortunate, but things like this sometimes need to be addressed. and maybe it was a good thing, and maybe someone learned something tonight. Maybe someone can go eat some humble pie and learn that, you know, put yourself in those shoes, put your child in that situation, you know. Anyway, hope you guys are having fun. It's I've been in Florida for 2 weeks, and you know, enjoying myself down here the most I can. I got to go to the beach maybe 2 days for 30 minutes each. So that tells you I'm exhausted. I'm tired.
Jesus fucking Christ!
I love God, and I love people, and I'm trying to serve in a different capacity. And I'm just trying to fulfill my purpose in life, and I finally found my purpose, not my happiness, but
Well, I'm not going to GITMO this month, but maybe next month, because a radio station hired me, and I've never been a reporter, and I have no fucking background work, and I have no portfolio, and I've never wrote on any stories, and I've never reported on anything. But they're gonna let me in. Also, if you look at the calendar, all the canceled dates are accurate, all the non-canceled dates are accurate, but the names, they're just made up. They're just fucking made up.
My purpose, and through purpose,
donations not coming in. That's right.
And I think one day some of y'all will y'all learn that if you'll seek God first. And I wish you guys the best out there. The ones that got blocked, it's unfortunate, but it had to happen. You know, if you want to be unblocked, you see this video, you want to be unblocked, then you can write us an email, and you can explain that you were acting like an immature American. And
is that what we need to do?
Judge my character wrong, and I've already.
You got to apologize. I was acting as an immature American, and I judged your character wrong. Should have done that. And I would like to be unbanned, please. If that's okay with you, Mr. Derek. Please. Oh, fuck.
Apology, first off, but we'll see about adding you back on if you're man or woman enough to do so.
He lied to his entire audience, and when they said something to him and called him out on his lie, now he banned you, and you need to apologize, motherfuckers. Tired of this shit.
Other than that, good luck finding your information elsewhere, because there ain't nobody else showing you what I'm showing you. I can assure you that. And I do it out of the goodness and graciousness of God, my Savior. And, you know, no weapon formed against me shall prosper. The Bible says that He will prepare a table in front of my enemies. All right. And God knows the heart. God knows who's seeking Him first. God knows who's doing it for the wrong reasons. God knows everything. And, you know, people say God wins all the time. I don't say that. When people say God wins, that's like saying ice cream is cold. All right?
Okay.
Sure, God wins. But God gave us free will down here to do His will. And as long as you're living and breathing, you ain't won yet. All right? You ain't won yet. You still have work to do. And this is where I'm going to end it right here. You still have work to do.
Let's end it right here.
God ain't won yet. He's gonna win, sure, but you have free will, and you can wake up every morning. You can smile, or you can frown. You can be positive, or you can be negative. You can do something that affects somebody, or you can do something that affects them in the wrong way. It's your choice, all day, every day. That's how we change the world, one smile at a time.
How many times has this guy been teabagged? Enough to cause severe frontal lobe brain damage. He might have been teabagged from the inside.
Time and understanding what your purpose is on this planet. So we'll see you guys soon. I'll try to do something maybe tomorrow, because I know there's a lot of questions on Title 42, which all of a sudden it's not even a topic anymore, but there's still some comments in the emails, and then also the debt ceiling, and some other things that have been coming up, and would love to definitely address those because they're fun topics. They're nothing to fear. They've been predicted for a long time, and I would love to address those for you, and we'll see you soon, and thank you, and God bless.
This guy's is fucking something else, man. Come on here and fucking lie about going to Gitmo, lie about everything ready. He was going the first week of June. He had to tell fucking Nicholas Viamanomenon and Michael Jaco, and then blame you for it. You don't even know how it works. Can you even tie Velcro shoes? Do you even know the 3 branches of government? I've got a sponsor, which means he works for a station, allegedly. He's just been hired for this station. But this, let me tell you how suspicious this looks. A guy who's never done any reporting, who was medically retired out of the military, who seems to be an advocate that the government is currently illegitimate and the military is secretly in control, and Biden's some type of actor and Trump's still in control. He's never wrote a news story in his life. He suddenly gets hired by a news team, and now he wants to go to Gitmo just to hang out and report on the secret trials that are happening there. There's no fucking way. If he doesn't get blacklisted, then our government's fucking useless, dude. He looks like a fucking radical. On paper, in person, whatever he's doing, you can say whatever the fuck you want. QAnon's fucking crazy, dude. QAnon's fucking crazy. And we've seen some of the crazy come out. QAnon moms and QAnon fucking people and QAnon killing their kids and QAnon fucking lizard people. We've seen the crazy. So what happened was when he went into boot camp, he claims he got a knee injury. He whined and complained about it so much and refused to train that he was going to fail out of boot camp, but his brother, who was in the Army, knew one of the drill sergeants, said, hey, can you cut him some slack? He's young. He's never done none of this before, blah, blah, blah. He needs some help. So he got through boot camp. Then he went to his AIT, his school, and he started complaining about it there again, but his AIT wasn't that long. He went to a duty station at NTC, the National Training Center in Fort Irwin, California. There, he complained about it, refused to train, refused to show up formation, refused to do anything because his knee. So they put him on medical hold, and he basically just stayed there until they med boarded him out for his knee injury. I think he joined to pay for college, even though he claims he just joined to serve because that's the only reason that anybody should join. And if you join for college or a job or to see the world, if you join for any other reason than strictly selfless service for your country, then you're a shitbag. He joined to pay for his college, and then when he got there, he fucking hated it. He fucking hated it. He could have, sure. He could have been cut for mental reasons. I'm just telling you what I've gathered from his lies, his brother talking, and a guy that one guy that knew of him, and one guy that interacted with him at some point when they were in the military. I've been looking for people that might know him that were around Fort Irwin at that time, and I found at least one. One guy that knew of him, kind of from basic training and stuff, and one guy that was at NTC with him, but was on his way out when Derek was on his way in. It could be a lot of things, but he said he said I could show my DD 214 on here and clear all this up, but that's a HIPAA violation. So we may never see his paperwork. Can you see your medical card? That's a HIPAA violation. You hypocrites. Oh, he has no friends. He lives in his mom and dad's house. He just got a girlfriend, I guess, that follows him around to all the Trump rallies. He talked his way in. I think what he did, well, here's what I personally think. I think he went to meet Trump. He was paid, that Siggy bitch or whatever, paid for him to go have a meeting with Trump. Basically, anybody can meet with Trump as long as you can get through a basic background check and you pay enough money to have dinner at his club and he's there that day, right? I think Trump is a businessman, and I think part of his business model is now become like influencer stuff. So I bet you Derek is paying a shit ton of money to this person who is his rep that works for Trump, the person that's repping him and getting him on these shows is his manager. I bet you he pays a shit ton of money to her, plus a percentage goes back to Trump. I didn't say Siggy was a manager. I said Siggy paid for him to get in the dinner with Trump. I didn't say Siggy was a manager. But I bet you he pays a shit ton of money to that manager, and I bet you a percentage always goes back to Trump. I can see that happening. I can see that him being swindled into this management thing just to get a picture with Trump or just to feel like he's cool like Trump or hang out with him or whatever. And sign this weird fucking contract where they're like, we're going to write books. We're going to get you on radio shows that don't even fucking want you. That'll cut you off in the middle of it, call you a crazy person after you leave. You know, we're going to get you in there. Fucking assholes. $25K for a picture with Trump, I know for a fact. Holy shit. That's crazy. That's crazy. I feel like they probably have a system around them. There's so many influencers that want to have something to do with Trump. I feel like they probably have a system around them that's just like, okay, here you go. Yeah, you can be one of my orbiters. You pay when Trump does official campaign endorsements, you have to hire one of his approved campaign managers that costs millions of dollars. You have to have at least $2 million, or was it $2 million in your campaign finance budget? Because someone made this a big story because they borrowed it. They didn't really have it. $2 million in your campaign budget, and you have to donate at least $1 million to Trump's campaign to get his fucking endorsement. That's not like, he can't say that publicly, but that's basically what all the people around Trump know. If you want his campaign endorsement, this is what you got to do, which is fucking crazy. Siggy and Michelle from Jackson want to take pictures of him. Only Natalie, she makes money off him. The rest don't. I don't know. I know somebody else told me they won't take pictures with him or whatever's going on. That Jackson shit was wild anyways. And his fan base doesn't seem to like it for whatever reason. All right, guys. That's it. My voice held up. It's 2:30 in the morning here on the East Coast. Thank you all for joining us. Thank you for the donations. We had that crazy hype train at the first. Thank you for the support, hanging out with me and everything. I appreciate it. We got some other stuff to do. I'm going to start sharing a GoFundMe link as well. I know donations are down for me across the board, but if you guys could help out and donate towards an upcoming legal battle, that'll be the salon owner versus Phil. We're going to share some of that. Some of those links coming up. If you could donate to that, I'd greatly appreciate it. But yeah, I'm going to hop off here for the night. Support the show while we're offline. Go to coldbeer.fun. We'd greatly appreciate it. It keeps the show running. Hopefully my ear's better tomorrow. If not, I'm going to the hospital when I wake up in the morning. So thank you guys for joining us. I appreciate it. Don't do anything I wouldn't do, and we'll see everybody on the next one. Have a good night, guys.
What you think about when you're born into
Coldbeer.fund, coldbeer.fund. Thank you.
let them burn it out, sell them to the richest buyer. They want to let the world decay. They tell us lies and fade away, fade away. We feel betrayed. We were raised to lose the race. Wake at the back of the pack, kill it anyway. Listen up now, because we're never dropping out. Beat the odds, beat the big house. The brains are bigger than the doubt. We've been thinking for ourselves, never let the truth fade away. This is bigger than ourselves, we won't let the world burn away, burn away. We feel betrayed. We were raised to lose the race. Wake at the back of the pack, kill it anyway. To blame, haters face the world's mistakes. Wake at the back of the pack, kill it anyway.
The only reason I sleep like a baby is because Mariah lets me nurse through the night. So I actually had a pretty good complaint that I think you guys missed. It says, Oh man, she edited it. She edited it out. Holy shit. Oh, here it is. No, here it is. Okay, listen. Here's a complaint before I go. Dramatic readings we will end on. Hold on just a second. This is what I got my voice back for. And everything you're saying is a reflection of who you really are. Do you remember when all those people attacked our group? I contacted Will about it to put a stop to it. He didn't want to get involved. Then I saw some of his disgusting videos and lost respect for him, especially when he talked about his wife's anus publicly. So gross, so disrespectful. If other people like Will, that's fine with me. Each person has their own opinion, but they won't be shared in my group. I didn't want all the drama in the group, and our group was drama-free, except for people like you spreading lies and causing drama. Everybody have a good night. This is one to sleep on.